The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Dr. Stephen Starzer of Fairfield Presbyterian Church of Mechanicsville. Following the prayer, please remain standing. We will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Nathan Hatfield, Assistant Clerk, Links.
Thank you for the honor of being able to pray for you. Almighty God and Creator of us all, we live under the banner of Sic Semper Tyrannis, our declaration that no one should look down on another as something less. We recognize the fact that we are all created equal and no one is greater than another. We value each person. As Americans, and particularly as Virginians, remind us that in that equality, we need to see each other as people, not as categories or groups that keep us divided. Help us to remember that we live in a commonwealth. Let that declaration remind us of our God-given responsibility to care for others. Help those who are gathered in this august body to recognize that the differences which seem so great pale in comparison with our common love for freedom and democracy and the well-being of all people. Help us all to see that while we may be divided by the pathways to solutions, we are yet united in our love for the people of our country and of our Commonwealth. Remind us that you are the only one with all the right answers, and that we need each other in order to form a more perfect union and a more perfect Commonwealth. I pray all this in the name of the one without whom nothing has been made. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Saturday, February 25th, 2023.
The senator from James City County, Senator Normand, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will please record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, Madam President.
The chair will now discuss the oath of office. Let it be known that Lamont Bagby took and subscribed the oath prescribed by law on April 11th, 2023 at 2 p.m. The oath and certificate of election have been referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Consequently, The chair now recognizes the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, for the purpose of making a presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for that presentation.
The senator may continue.
Lamont Bagby is a Central Virginia native. He graduated from Henrico High School and then earned a BS degree in business education from Norfolk State University. He then earned a master's degree in education leadership from VCU. Lamont serves as a director of operations at the Peter Paul Development Center. Governor McAuliffe appointed him to his alma mater's Board of Visitors in 2014. His political career began as a member of the Henrico County School Board, where he served from 2008 to 2015, serving as chair in 2011. In 2015, he won a special election for the House of Delegates on July 21st and the general election in November of that same year, representing the 74th House District, which includes Charles City County, parts of Henrico County, and the city of Richmond. Senator Bagby was a Democratic nominee in a special election to the 9th Senate District, vacated by Senator Jennifer McClellan following her election to Congress. Senator Bagby handily won that election on March 28th and was sworn into office on yesterday. Senator Bagby also serves as chair of the Virginia Legislative Black Caucus, which goes to show he just likes to follow me wherever I go. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming to the Senate our newest member, Senator Lamont Bagby.
Congratulations, Senator. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteph.
Madam Chair, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, it gives me great pleasure to introduce three exceptional young women from Cape Henry Collegiate who are passionate about their studies in government and eager to witness the workings of our Senate today. Lex Felixios, who's from Sweden, Emma Hardy, and Monica Rudolph. These are three outstanding young students who are making their mark in one of the finest private schools in my district. These young women possess a remarkable combination of intelligence, determination, and leadership skills that set them apart from their peers. As they continue to pursue their academic interests in government, they are proving to be inspirational role models for the students and members of the community alike. Today, they are excited to witness the Senate of Virginia in action and gain insight into the inner workings of our government. I have no doubt that these three young, incredible women will continue to achieve great things in the years to come, and I'm proud to have them represented the bright future of our district. I ask that you give these three young ladies the warmest welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. Welcome to the oldest legislative body in the entire New World. And thank you for coming, and you'll see, if you hang around, you'll see us as we deliberate today on what will happen to the recommendations that have been passed down by the governor. And in our gallery, normally at this time I would have said we have arrived at our morning hour. And so the procedure would be that the senator will rise, recognize you, and then the next is that I will recognize you, and we would hold our applause until then. But as you can tell, I'm a bit rusty because we haven't been around for a bit. But now I will now call on the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for the purposes of introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, if you could offer the warm welcome of the Senate to Reverend Stephen Starzer. Reverend Starzer, you might know some of his family members, one of them who's at the front dais now, and his son, Chad. Reverend Starzer's been a staple in our community for many years and got us off to the right foot on hopefully what will not be a exceedingly long day. If you could offer him the warm welcome in the Senate.
Please stand, Reverend. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your prayer. Thank you for praying for the health of our great Commonwealth and for the legislators as well. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair now calls on a senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. I would now move that we suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor for two presentations to our distinguished guests.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. The chair recognizes the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, for the purpose of presenting the distinguished guest.
Thank you, Madam President, and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. This is indeed a very special day for me as a senator and also on a personal level. And I wanted to share a couple of thoughts with you before we get to the resolution on it. You know, over the years that I've served in the Senate, we have had the opportunity to recognize on the floor many dignitaries from varied walks of life and various events that they have participated in. But we've also on many occasions commended ordinary citizens who are unpredictably and involuntarily thrust into circumstances that they did not anticipate or did not consciously choose. These are individuals, in my perspective, that are the true heroes of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Today's Senate, we are admiring, in awe, and applauding one of these individuals, and it's a young lady by the name of Abigail Zerner, who I know as Abby. And I would say for me, this is a very special and sensitive recognition. Those of us in the Senate, and particularly on the Finance Committee, have deliberated for hundreds of hours over public education, public curriculum, SOLs, teacher compensation, but have comparatively spent a paucity of hours on school safety. These issues are very personal to me. As many of you do know, my oldest daughter, Casey, is a kindergarten teacher who has been teaching for many years. Her mom was a teacher. Her grandmother was a teacher. And as you all know, when I was in law school, I was a substitute teacher, but taught for 11 years at an institution of higher learning. The importance of this today, in part, is because my daughter, Casey, was in a student-teacher relationship with Abby, and that relationship has continued. I am prayerful that those of you who are privileged to return in 2024 are going to have a laser-like focus on school safety. During a routine lesson plan at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon on January the 6th, a 6-year-old male student pointed a 9mm Taurus pistol at Abby and then shot her as she tries to reach out for the weapon. The bullet passed through her hand, went through her chest, and lodged in her shoulder. The police investigation determined that the shooting was intentional. Immediately after the shot, Abby escorted all 18 of her students to a position of safety out of the classroom and away from the shooter. She has been praised all across this country. It's interesting, if you've seen some of the articles, that the number of letters and cards of appreciation, concern, and empathy that have been sent to her. The shooting also sparked a conversation about the legal culpability of very young children that we have not dealt with in Virginia and many other states. An elected official in the city of Newport News described the shooting as a red flag for our country, also saying that I do think after this event there's going to be a nationwide discussion on how these sort of things can be prevented. Also, there has been an announcement from an education group that's calling for government action to prevent guns being taken in school. And, quote, when the shock of gunshots in school be enough to inspire action necessary to prevent guns in school and the shattering of lives and causes. This has not been an easy time for Abby. She has been through at least 4 operations. She obviously has some emotional issues that last. She has been very empathetic about her students who are subjected to this. And she truly is one of Virginia's great heroes, and I have enormous admiration for her. Sharing in the event today are her mother, Julie Zwerner, her twin sister, Hannah, and her brother, Daniel, and she has a number of guests that are in the gallery. So, Madam President and Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind to share with the body and with our guests the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 104, commending Abigail Swermer. Whereas Abigail Swermer, an educator at Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News, demonstrated her devotion to the safety of her students during a school shooting in January 2023. And whereas Abigail Abby Swerner graduated from James Madison University in 2019 and earned a master's degree from James Madison University's College of Education the following year, and whereas Abby Swerner hails from a family of educators and teaches first grade at Rich Neck Elementary School, where she is highly admired by her colleagues for her enthusiasm in and out of the classroom and her passion for lifelong learning. And whereas on January 6, 2023, Abby Swerner sustained injuries to her hand and chest when she was shot while teaching class. And whereas despite life-threatening injuries, Abby Swerner ushered her students to safety in another room and was the last person to exit the classroom where the shooting took place. No students were injured. And whereas Abby Swerner then alerted the school administrator to call for assistance, she subsequently received care and had begun recovering from her injuries. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of Virginia that Abigail Swerner hereby be commended for her heroic actions during a school shooting incident at Rich Neck Elementary School in January 2023, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Abigail Swerner as an expression of the Senate of Virginia's admiration for her courage and dedication to the safety of her students.
Please join me in the well of the Senate. Abigail, I know you didn't want us to make much of you, but you're a hero, and we must recognize you because here you are in our midst. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this. And we're so glad for you. Thank you for all that you do for our children and for the lives that you no doubt saved. Thank you. The Senate will be at ease temporarily. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes again the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. I would again move that we suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor to our distinguished guests.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules of the floor are granted. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, for the purpose of recognizing our distinguished person.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring some distinguished folks in front of the Senate. We have Mr. Charles Luck, Charlie Luck IV, with Luck Companies. They are celebrating their 100 years of service in the Commonwealth, and we're going to get into more of that in the resolution, but we have some members with him as well, family members, his wife, Lisa Luck, his daughter, Sarah Luck, his sister, Cynthia Hall, sister Terrell Harrigan, and his niece, True Collier, here. And in the Senate gallery, we have Aaron Cheeley, Jay Collier, Roy Goodman, Elliot Harrigan, Charles Hall, Shep Hall, Debbie Minix, Wanda Ortwine, John Pullen, and Jenny Perky. Are they all up there? Okay. Luckstone, in the heart of the 22nd Senate District, offsetting Goochland and a facility in Prince Edward County, and also 22 facilities across the Commonwealth. And they also cover North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. I would ask that you please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution number 155, commending Luck Companies. Whereas for 100 years, Luck Companies has been about people, powering possibilities for associates, customers, and communities, and continuing to make a positive impact on the lives of others for generations to come. And whereas started in 1923 by Charles Luck Jr., Luck Companies has been producing aggregates ever since, serving customers and communities across the Commonwealth and Mid-Atlantic region, and now throughout the southeastern United States. And whereas Charles Luck Jr. led Luck Companies with the belief that you take care of your people, they will take care of you. And whereas Charles Luck III continued to grow Luck Companies, always putting people first and living up to the company's motto of "We care." And whereas Charles Luck IV established Luck Company's mission to ignite human potential through the philosophy of values-based leadership, and whereas Richard Luck is set to be fourth-generation leader of Luck Companies, making the company part of the 3% of family-owned and operated companies globally to be in their fourth generation of family leadership. And whereas Luck Companies began as Luckstone with one quarry in Richmond and now operates 31 sites comprising quarries and offices across the Commonwealth, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, and employs nearly 1,000 people. And whereas over the course of its history, Luck Companies has been committed to the communities in which it operates and dedicated to providing lasting partnerships, service, and simplicity to those it serves. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of Virginia that Luck Companies hereby be commended on the occasion of their 100th anniversary, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Luck Companies as an expression of the Senate of Virginia's admiration for the company's commitment to its employees and contributions to economic development and environmental stewardship in the Commonwealth.
Please join me in the will of the Senate. Senator Peake, will you join us? We're Well, congratulations. For 100 years old, you all don't look the worse for wear. But I heard something, the 3 Ps, people, possibilities, and positive impact. And we thank you so very much for that and the 1,000 employees that you hire, because as you know, those tentacles go right through our Commonwealth and bring changes, positive changes to our lives. And the fact that you have a 4th generation owned family company, usually by the 3rd it's gone. So you must be doing something right. So thank you very much. And thank you, Senator, for bringing it to our attention. And here you are with your resolution. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And the Senate, again, will be temporarily at ease. Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Actually, 2 introductions.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to direct your attention in the gallery to a guest who is visiting the Capitol today to see all of us. And I realize now she has a lot of friends here, now that I've pointed her out up there. She is currently a law clerk working in my D.C. office. She's a 2L at Georgetown. She is a distinguished scholar there. She's an opportunity scholar, and she got the dean's tuition grant. She went to undergrad at the University of South Dakota, where she also graduated with too many honors for me to recount. She interned on the Senate Judiciary Committee on the Hill. She interned also for Attorney General Jason Miyares, for U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, for the South Dakota Secretary of State, and also for Kristi Noem when she was in the House. She's actually had more jobs than I have, and she's like 1/10 of my age. But most notably, well, that's actually not fair to say, she was also Miss South Dakota. And she's worked with the Miss America pageant for about 7 years. So she's done everything. She's incredibly accomplished. And she's visiting today. And I'm super happy that she's stopped working for 1 day. She's allowed to stop working for 1 day and come to visit. And I would ask that you please extend to her the very, very warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for all the hard work that you're doing so that you can be one of the best lawyers that we'll have. And I know you're from South Dakota, but you're in Virginia now. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of our Senate. Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a second introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to draw the members' attention, not quite in the gallery, to a person who has a very, very special birthday today. He's turning 100 years old today. It is actually Senator Tommy Normant. And I wasn't sure when the exact appropriate moment would be, so he's kind of half in the gallery, half not in the gallery. But we talked about when was a good time, and there's no better time than the present. So not to take away from Amber and her amazing introduction and all of her accomplishments, but there is somebody who's accomplished way more in the legislature, in this body, with all of us working really hard. And on his 100th birthday, I wanted to recognize him and also mention that of all the times that we have had a reconvene, and obviously he's been here for like 60 reconvene sessions, it has never, ever occurred on his actual birthday. So with that, I would like to ask that all the members of the body wish him a very, very happy 100th birthday. Hey.
Madam President, there are days I feel like I'm 100. I can assure you that.
Chair now recognizes Senator Howell, the senator from northern Fairfax County. All right. That would be a no. Chair then recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It is also always wonderful when we have our beloved spouses here in the gallery to observe what we do or what we do not do. But we really have a genuine treat this afternoon as we have three generations of the Newman family, but by far the matriarch, who is certainly the most important member of that family, Kim, is up there, and she's been with us many, many times, and what a dear lady. But along with Kim are Kim and Senator Newman's sons, Tyler, and Wesley, and Tyler is here with his wife, Callie. And we also have the third generation, the grandson, Brooks, and I understand that he's already being cultivated to run for the Senate of Virginia, so we're going to start an early campaign effort on his behalf. But in addition to these very loved and respected family members that are with us today, Senator Newman's business partner, Caitlin Martin, is also with us. So if you would extend an extremely warm welcome to all three generations of the Newman family, including the arising political star Brooks, and also his business partner, Caitlin Martin.
Please rise. Oh. So that's the gentleman who was making the noise. Thank you, family, for coming. Thank you also for coming, and we're going to miss him. He's been a stabilizing force here, and known him for 22 years now, and he's been a very stabilizing voice, as I've said. Thank you for sharing him with us. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Lynchburg City. Roanoke City.
Roanoke City.
Yes.
Madam President, I'd like
Very
to draw
rusty.
to your attention members of the Virginia Tech, students, leaders, and two of the faculty members as well. They're members of the Consumer Studies Club at Virginia Tech. And I hope you were there in the gallery somewhere. So I hope you would welcome them to the Senate of Virginia. Consumer Studies Club at Virginia Tech.
Please rise if you are here. There you are. Thank you for coming, and thank you for coming actually to see your Senate in action. And hopefully one day you might consider that you could be here as well. We would certainly welcome that. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. Senate bills with governor's recommendations. Senate Bill 788.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the body agree to the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The governor's recommendation is technical. He's ensuring that the relevant enactment clauses actually take place by January 1st, 2024. So there is, in effect, a seamless transfer of functions between the from the Board of Pharmacy to the Cannabis Control Authority. Again, I renew my motion that the governor's amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 810.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the governor's amendment and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is going to be the first of two interlocutory bills dealing with interlocutory appeals. Basically, a few years ago, or 2 years ago, to be more precise, we rewrote the appeal process in Virginia by giving more authority to the Court of Appeals, and then we've been fine-tuning that the last couple of years. Last year, we carved out injunctions so they could go directly to the Supreme Court, so there could be a final ruling more precisely and more expeditiously. This year, we're doing the same with interlocutory appeals. An interlocutory appeal is an appeal that happens while a case is ongoing. It usually deals with a discrete legal issue. The way the amendment is written, it will not stay the case, so the case will proceed unless there's an extraordinary situation, but it will allow the parties to get an immediate ruling from the Supreme Court. And I've talked with all stakeholders, and I think everyone's pretty much okay with this. So I'd ask that we agree to the governor's amendment.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 810 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 895.
Chair recognizes Senator Surraville, the senator from Northern, Eastern Fairfax County. Very rusty.
Fairfax. Good afternoon, Madam President.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 895 is the bill that basically confirmed that you can't appeal an interlocutory order in a family law case. The bill didn't get a single no vote the entire way through any committee, either chamber. It basically confirms what everybody thought the law was, but there was some action at the Court of Appeals that got people worried, again, relating to the changes we made for the Court of Appeals a couple of years ago. This emergency clause will just ensure that people don't do any hijinks between now and July 1 when this would otherwise become the law. So I hope we could adopt this emergency clause.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 899.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from
King George
County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd move the governor's recommendation be agreed to. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
This bill had to do with oyster ground fees, and specifically this has to do with the riparian transfer fee. And the governor is suggesting we reduce it from $100 to $5, and I think there's a consensus on that, so I'd ask that you all accept his recommendation.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 903.
Chair recognizes the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger. Is your microphone on, sir?
It says it is.
There it is.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
President.
may continue.
Thank you. Thank you. This particular piece of legislation, which I've worked on this issue for the last couple of years, spent more time, I guess, on this than any particular measure that I've ever worked on. But it's an important bill. The governor has proposed a substitute which embraces several changes, all of which should make it more palatable to the body and more acceptable to the hemp industry and for those who are advocates for certain uses of hemp products. First, we established a 2 milligram per package THC concentration limit. And there was an issue with certain children that are using products that contain hemp for epilepsy. one mother in particular who has made it very well known that she is very concerned that this product, in its form as it passed the Senate, would not be available to her child from out of state if we kept those limits in it. So the first thing this substitute does is exempts from the 2 milligram per package THC concentration limit hemp extracts that have at least 25 times as much CBD per package. In other words, I don't know if y'all have ever eaten a rum cake. My Aunt Bessie, who passed away last year, was famous for her rum cake. Well, it wasn't going to get you intoxicated because there was a whole lot more sugar and flour and eggs and all that other stuff in there besides the rum. So it's kind of like this. This product, if it has that much mass to it in CBD, will not get you intoxicated. And that is our particular goal here with this, to take dangerous, intoxicating products off the shelf. The second thing it does, and it was actually in the introduced bill that we presented, which was a result of a study. Last year, you may recall, in the budget, we put language in there to create a study of what could be done to appropriately get some of these more dangerous hemp products off the shelf. And they recommended a new registration by VDACs. Well, we took that out thinking the food licensing that they had would be adequate. The governor thought it would be appropriate to go ahead and put that back in so that there will be a registration requirement for people that are selling these particular hemp products off the shelf. So that is in the substitute. The additional thing it does, we had put a requirement in for topical hemp products that include a bittering agent so that people wouldn't be eating these intoxicating things that were intent for topical applications. The governor recommended, and I would agree at this point in time, that's not a major problem, really. We can, not too many people are going to eat a lot of these perfume-type topical products in order to get high. They have other ways of getting high without doing that, and this is not a particular safety and health issue particularly for children. It does put a labeling requirement on these hemp products that are topical that state that the product is not for human consumption. So that's a requirement that it be on there. It also exempts wholesale hemp extract from the THC concentration limit. There were a lot of hemp growers and processors that were concerned about that, and that wasn't our primary target to start with. So if you want to manufacture hemp extract and sell it by the 55-gallon barrels, this is not going to impact you with that amendment. So that made the hemp growers happier. In addition to this, there will be in the budget some additional funding for inspectors to go into through VDACs, hired by VDACs, to go in and make sure these very dangerous, intoxicating products, gummies, all types of cereals and things that are on the shelf now, and vape products that are on the shelf that are intoxicating, that are a hazard to public safety, will be taken off the shelf. With that, Madam President, I move that the governor's substitute be adopted.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William County.
Thank you, Madam President. Parliamentary inquiry, and I'll lay out the question in a moment, Madam President. The governor has provided what it appears to be amendments in the nature of a substitute, dealing with pretty significant changes across the board that have pretty significant impact, including $10,000 a day fines and fees. There's some good parts and there's some really ugly parts, and there's some significant impacts to these. So the question is, Madam President, is the governor's substitute specific and severable?
Senator, one moment. According to Article 5, Section 6, subsection 3, the senators will make that determination. And so I would need a motion from the senator.
Madam President, I so move that the substitute is not specific and severable.
The gentleman recognizes Senator. The chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Madam President, I would first like to ask the senator from Prince William if he would yield for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I yield.
Senator McPike yields. Senator, you have the floor.
So I might understand your positioning on this issue. Is there a particular amendment contained within the substitute that you are objecting to?
Madam President, I'd respond to the gentleman. I think there are a number of different sections and penalties of unintended consequence where, for instance, the $10,000 per day per event fee, if someone has a product that they may not know doesn't meet some requirement, we now have an enforcement going in and asking how long have you had that package of whatever product it is. Well, I've had it here for a month. That's $300,000 fine.
The
Senator had further question?
No further question. I thank the gentleman for his response. I'd like to speak to the proposed motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'm sorry. Maybe I could complete the motion, and then he'd be more than willing to speak to it.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd move that the Senate determine that the governor's recommendation is specific and severable.
Will the senator please restate?
I move that the Senate determine that the governor's recommendation is specific and severable with the recommendation that it is not.
Chair.
The senator, again, from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I would assert that it is, and if this is subject to a vote, I would hope everyone would vote in a positive manner. I should not have expected that this would be easy today because it seems like the entire session we've had issues with this. And to get to the crux of the matter, I think it's very clear what is in front of us. All of these measures that were placed there were either a part of the original legislation or basically concessions to the hemp industry to make it more palatable and for particularly for the children that are of concerned mothers, if you will, that wanted us to make sure that they could still have available these products for the children that have epilepsy, which it turns out these products can be very effective in treatment for epilepsy. What I would suggest is the underlying issue here, and I understand that well, because that's what we contended with during the entire session this year and part of last year in our session, was that we've not legalized recreational retail sale of recreational marijuana. And so there are advocates out there that want our legislation to be so harsh that it will shut down the hemp industry. Well, I can't go there. Right now, we're dealing with public safety. We can do something to protect the public health and safety, so I would urge a yes vote from my colleagues. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state.
If we vote for the motion, in other words, we vote that these amendments need to be severable, will that in effect kill the legislation?
No. The underlying bill still remains. You're voting on the amendments to the bill.
Let me be more precise. If we reject these amendments as not being severable, does that then go back to committee, which means effectively it dies?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, to get to the substance of this issue, and I appreciate the senator from Fairfax City pointing this out, if we vote in the affirmative, the amendment is adopted and it fixes a bunch of problems. If we vote in the affirmative of this motion, then the amendment can go forward and we can vote for the amendment. If you vote against this, then the amendment would go into hitherland and it doesn't help. And let me just put this into perspective. Many of you all may have met Lisa Smith and Haley, they've been working around this General Assembly ever since I was elected to get CDB for Haley. She has a very unique situation. It's very, very difficult. And I understand that when she's not able to use this specific medication that the senator from Augusta and the governor have put in this amendment, she spends about 75% of her life in seizures, which is just a really horrific and difficult thing. This medication gives her significant relief, and there are many other children like her who suffer from the same thing. And there are those of us who asked to help with this, and we appreciate what the senator and the governor has done, and it's incredibly important. And if not for only that reason, I would ask that you move this forward so we can ultimately get to a vote on the amendment. And in order to get to a vote on the amendment, we need to vote in the affirmative of this motion. Thank
Madam
you,
President, will the gentleman from King George yield for a question?
Will the gentleman from King George yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator McPike has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator agree that if the underlying bill is also goes back to committee, that the same individual and the young girl with epilepsy would still be able to receive the same doses that she receives today?
Senator has the floor.
That's not my understanding, because there's a bill before the governor. There's an amendment that's being proposed, and under the bill that is before the governor, she would not be able to get that medication. So we desperately need this amendment. And in order to get to that amendment, we need to defeat the gentleman's motion. I'm sorry. We need to support support the motion, not vote against it.
Senator McPike.
I'll yield to other people speaking to not speak a second time.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I want to make sure that we proceed cautiously here, because I have been a strong advocate that, as is constitutionally determined, that all amendments from the governor are considered specific and severable, and we have developed a bipartisan support of that going forward, even when we have substitutes that have come down from other governors. And so I think that this body determining that these are specific and severable is the appropriate way for us to go forward, and not use a procedural play to kill an entire subject that we need to discuss. I think we need to move forward and agree that this body must receive amendments from any governor as specific and severable, so that we can look at them individually. And so I hope we will move forward supporting the agreement that these amendments as a substitute are specific and severable, and you will have a yay vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the patron rise for a question?
Will the senator from Augusta rise and yield for a question?
Be pleased to yield.
The senator yields. Senator Rouse has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Does the Attorney General have the authority, as we speak now, to remove counterfeit and harmful products from the shelves in these stores when it comes to harmful products that deal with Delta 8 products or counterfeit products with high THC levels?
Senator from Augusta has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would say to the gentleman that the Attorney General has limited authority. With that, the problem, of course, is that the scope of the problem is such that the Attorney General is not staffed and does not have statute behind him to remove many of these products. So that's why the bill is necessary. The substitute is important because it puts the bill in a posture for the concessions that are being made and the protections that we're offering for this particular situation with the epilepsy.
Madam President, will the patron yield for further questions?
Further questions, Senator?
Be pleased to yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator Rouse has the floor.
To the patron, Madam President, can the patron speak to how the $1,000 per day and the $10,000 a day fine in Class 1 misdemeanor became an amendment or part of this substitute.
Senator Hanger has the floor.
Yes, Madam President, I would say that that was a part of the original legislation, and it is intended to provide teeth to the legislation. This is a very lucrative business, Madam President, I would say to the Senator. In fact, we saw between the end of the regular session, this reconvened session, I saw a news accounting from Hampton Roads where there had been a so-called drug bust with $2 million worth of products that were being offered on the street, with all kinds of guns that were being displayed that were captured at the same time, and a lot of cash, that were these types of products that we're talking about here now that are being legally sold on the retail shelves. So $1,000, $10,000 for someone to violate the law for this type of product is something that it will not allow them to sustain their business, and that's the intent of the legislation.
Madam President, speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. To this body, you understand that there has been extensive work by this legislature to create a structure for this industry where it doesn't have unintended harm or consequences for small businesses and big pharma alike. What I have to take issue with or great concern with is that we are continuing to legislate and make policies in the industry that we don't fully have enough information with or enough study in order to make sure that we don't have to use that word equity, which I understand some folks have an issue with that word equity down the line. And so when we start creating policies like this that would be detrimental to small businesses, not only in Hampton Roads, but throughout the Commonwealth, then we're going to have to come back and fix this at a later point, Madam President. And so, again, we have already given Big Pharma such a huge head start already. And so when we even start talking about social equity, that piece is already watered down because the market will already be up and running. And now we're talking about tying the arms of small businesses, hands behind their back, and hindering that process by putting in pieces of legislation where we fully don't have all the information to understand how that will affect businesses at that level. And so, Your Honor, I have great concern with that. I understand that the amendments also makes this bill somewhat better, but it's still, I don't think it's very good policy to initiate legislation where we don't have all the information. With that being said, I truly do thank this legislative body by doing their best, but I think this needs more work. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Normand.
Speaking to the question before the body, Madam President.
The senator has the floor.
First, just a parenthetical comment. We certainly have taken a piece of legislation that really is not that convoluted or illogical and expend an extraordinary amount of time on it. And I did just send my wife a text and said, I'm sorry, I'll miss my birthday dinner with you because we're going to be arguing about cannabis. But on a more serious note, as I've listened to the discussion, I really am trying to sort out whether or not we as a collective body are actually talking about a policy decision or are we talking about a political decision. And being the realist that I am, I can recognize the outcome depending on what approach we have. But I would say this. Generally, it has been up to the body of the Senate to determine whether or not a piece of legislation has separate and severable contents in it. And I suggest to you, as I have read over the bill, it seems to me that it is not so convoluted and interwoven that it obfuscates what the salient points are that we're trying to address. They are very clear. If you don't like the points, then that's one thing. But this is just a little bit of an unusual motion. And I say to it, with all due respect, in the years that I have been there, which certainly don't go back to the Civil War with Senator Saslaw, is we deal with pieces of legislation every year that we know when we enact them that we are going to have to come back and review them and amend them based upon a change of circumstances. What is the most glaring example? The budget. We make assumptions when we enact a 2-year budget, and we realize that we never get it completely right because of the fluidity of circumstances, so we come back in the odd year and amend the budget. If we took a policy approach that every piece of legislation we enacted and passed on this body had to be exhaustively drafted and cover every hypothesis of reasonable inference and changes that were needed, we would never accomplish anything. And I suggest to you, ignoring the empathetic stories that we have heard, which I don't dismiss out of rudeness, but if you look at the policy issue, this really ain't that complicated. And yes, we will have to amend it in the future, just as we amend hundreds of pieces of legislation as the underlying factual circumstances change. So if you don't like it for some political reason, all right, I get it. But from a policy standpoint, it does not have infirmities.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, a senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for the patron. Clarifying question.
Will the senator from Augusta rise and yield?
Be pleased to yield. Thank you.
Senator yields. Senator Boysko has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask if, under our medical cannabis authority, if the children who are needing CBD would still be able to have that at their disposal through that process, or would this somehow interfere with that? I'm trying to understand the argument here that the children need this who have epilepsy, because I obviously care a lot about that. But I'm also understanding that perhaps our medical cannabis system would provide that for them. So I just need some clarification. Thank you, ma'am.
The senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I would say to the gentle lady that, yes, in fact, that particular issue was discussed at depth with the governor's office and with me, and there were offers from other pharmaceutical agencies that said they could develop a similar product. The one specific mother in question pushed way back on that because her daughter, who is unmanageable, her life is uncontrollable, she does not have quality of life at all without this medication, said that this is the medicine that they can get, or the product that they can get. They order it from out of state. The out-of-state provider had said that if we left the legislation, which is in front of the governor to sign right now without this, that they would not be able to mail it into Virginia. So that's where we're at with that. The mother's sensitivity for the health of her daughter was paramount on this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I learned something today in talking to some of the moms who I started this journey with some 7 or 8 years ago in terms of creating our medical marijuana regimen here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The sad irony here is that the very thing we started it for, which is kids with intractable epilepsy, none of the medical providers that we're aware of, the processors here in Virginia, are willing to create that medicine because it's too expensive and there aren't enough customers for it. That is the sad irony here. And so we need, I believe, these amendments to make it possible for them to continue to get the treatment that our whole medical marijuana industry here in Virginia was started in the name of, to help these young children. So,
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would just remind the body that the underlying bill, Senate Bill 903, came about because we were really trying to ensure that younger children did not have access to these hemp products, which were very attractive. They looked like candy, and they had a fair amount of THC in them.
Are you speaking to the bill or the...
I am asking the body to vote that in a way that would permit the amendments to go forward.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So, back to my point about protecting young children and also ensuring that parents with children who had this unique epilepsy problem could access a product that was appropriate, I think this bill accomplishes both. The governor's amendment honors the language we had originally passed in this body, where it was no more than 2 milligrams per package of the THC, and it adds an element where a packaged product that has to be childproof may also have this ratio of 1 THC to at least 25 elements of cannabinoid oil, which is the non-hallucinogenic. That ratio ensures that there'll be enough THC to address the epilepsy issue, but not enough to actually harm a child. This is intended to do the right thing, in my opinion. And to do nothing or to ensure that this bill goes back to committee actually does harm. It will extend for at least another year, probably longer, the ability of this body to take action. I finally remind the senators that our Poison Control Center, the Blue Ridge Poison Control Center, has had a threefold increase in calls related to ingestion of these, what we would call these edibles, these hemp edibles by our younger people. Having said that, Madam President, I do wish it is the will of the body that we move forward and agree that the substitute is segregable. Thank you.
Chair again recognizes Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
And just to renew, my recommendation is to vote no. And I want to clarify a couple of things that were said during the debate. The whole epilepsy discussion is actually caused from this bill. So if the bill goes back to committee, the epilepsy issue is resolved. Because the kids get access and the parents get access to what they need right now today. This bill interferes, and I guarantee we're going to have some other patient, even with the amendments later on, saying this isn't the right mixture, I can't get it anymore, and it impacts my quality of life. And so I want to make sure that the people understood the motion voting no actually helps the kids with epilepsy because they continue to purchase what they purchase today. The biggest thing that the patron said, which is really important to distinguish, is the enforcement. You talk to those in the cannabis industry, in the hemp industry, they want the enforcement because there are bad actors out there. You got Virginia businesses that are doing the right thing. Right now, we want to make sure that the budget is increased and moves forward with enforcement. Those are really the two key components that help actually sustain Virginia businesses and hemp farmers that have been doing the right thing while not slamming the door into the benefit of the illicit market. And that's what, so I've asked you to, again, vote no to the question.
Chair recognizes again Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, really, we can do a lot of good today and not establish a bad precedent if we just vote yes for this. And I understand there are people, a handful of people that are adamantly opposed to any legislation of this type, and then you'll have your opportunity to vote no. But I hope the prevailing sentiment here today will be to keep the governor's proposed substitute alive, that we'll vote it up or down, and preferably up, and that we will be doing a good deed for the citizens of the Commonwealth today. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate determine that the governor's recommendation is specific and severable? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The governor's recommendation has been deemed specific and severable. Senator Hanger.
Madam President, can renew my motion that we adopt the governor's substitute.
The question is, shall the governor's substitute on Senate Bill 903 be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 956.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendations be adopted. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
the underlying bill was proposed to give local businesses and municipalities another tool that they may use to improve their downtown areas. The governor's amendment clarified that a simple majority of businesses must agree, not a weighted majority, and additionally ensuring that it is focused on Main Street commercial areas. I renew my motion.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 956 be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 989.
Madam President,
For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County rise?
for a motion, I'd like to request that Senate Bill 989 go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 989 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 997.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 997 be agreed to. And speaking of that motion,
The senator has the floor.
thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is one of those bills that got caught up in some issues along the way. It started the same at both ends. It gets negotiated the whole time. The chairman of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources Committee had a conference report filled out, and we were just eagerly waiting. And it never came back, Madam President. So the body down the hall passed two entirely different bills. Well, the governor's office has gone to rectify that. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong one to rectify it on, be that as it may. But this is just trying to attempt to get people to recycle oyster shells. And we had it negotiated in a very unique way. The Department of Environmental Quality was going to do it to keep it out of our landfills. Well, the administration decided to send it on back to the Virginia Marine Resources Commission. The same amounts that you get credit for if you recycle are the same. It's just they changed their mind on how they want to do it. So I don't think I'd have done it this way, Madam President, but this is what we've got, and so I hope that you'll accept it. Thank you, ma'am.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 997 be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 1035.
For what purpose does the gentleman from
Lacey Spring.
Senator Rockingham County risen?
That was Easter. Madam President, could Senate Bill 1035 go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1035 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1052.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1052 be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I mean, certainly we prefer the language that passed the body. The governor has a little different take on it. I don't think it's a significant enough change to prevent, I think, our overall efforts to assist with recruitment and retention, which is the underlying bill and is the importance of the bill. So I ask that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1075.
Chair again recognizes Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
this is the bill that deals with APCO power. The amendments are mostly technical, and they ensure that customers of APCO who purchase power from a non-utility company during the deferred fuel cost period are exempt from fuel cost charges. I renew my motion to pass.
The question is, shall the senators agree to the governor's recommendation on Senate Bill 1075? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1081.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments. What this bill does.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, and members of the Senate, what this is, it's the Child Ombudsman's program. All the governor did is to make sure that any complaints and investigations undertaken by the Children's Ombudsman program be confidential and not subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It's a good bill, a good recommendation on the part of the governor, and I move that the governor's amendment be adopted.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 1081 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1086.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendations be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Basically, the recommendation is just that guidance be issued rather than regulations, which accomplishes the same purpose. So again, I renew my motion that we agree.
The question is, shall the recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1124.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the body, Senate Bill 1124, of course, was a bill that I worked on for a number of years with former Senator, now Congresswoman McClellan, in order to create recommendations for what is a modern school and have the Department of Education put a work group together and get to us here in the body of the Senate and the House and to our chairman of the Ed and Health Committees what the government believes a modern school entails. In that bill, it asks for our government to roll the wheels of bureaucracy quickly and to get it to us this year by the fall of 2023. But the governor has asked, because they're really busy over there, for one more year. And so what this does is it amends the bill to make the due date of that list of recommendations for what is a modern school from the Department of Education from 2023 to 2024. And for those reasons, Madam President, I move once again, that we adopt the governor's recommendations for Senate Bill 1124.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1166.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the governor's recommendation and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that reconstitutes the Commission on Electrical Utility Regulation. The governor's amendments basically did four things. One is it clarified the civilian members are going to be ratepayer advocates. The second thing is it makes the Attorney General's Office of Consumer Counsel an ex officio member of the body. The third thing is, what is the third thing? The third thing is it gets rid of this the presentation of a draft energy governor's draft energy report. Instead, just the final report would be presented, which is not a big deal. But the big thing this bill does, which everybody needs to be aware of, is it creates this new concept of a ratepayer impact statement, and it authorizes the chairman of Commerce and Labor, the chairman of the House Commerce and Energy Committee, to request up to 5 ratepayer impact statements per session on legislation, and directs the CUR to prepare those ratepayer impact statements. So if you have a bill that affects electrical rates, then you get one of these impact statements like you do, for example, a fiscal impact statement or a sentencing impact statement, et cetera, along with a bill, which gives us more information. And I thought that idea generally aligned with the intent behind the bill to get us more information. And so I would move that we adopt the governor's recommendation. And hopefully the budget conference will get us some staff for this so they'll be able to actually prepare these things.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1169.
Chair recognizes again Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the governor's proposed amendment to Senate Bill 1169. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm excited to note that I have a simple bill to talk about right now. This bill deals with some changes to the performance contracts for the community service boards under their oversight from the Department of Behavioral Health. And the governor liked this bill, and it was proposed to be effective 2025. The amendment would change that to 2024 so we can do it sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1209.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendation to SB 1209 be agreed to. And speaking to that,
the senator may continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the temporary permit for pull tabs as we work through charitable gaming. This was really designed to help our VSOs or fraternals the ability to, when they ran their conventions, to do some of their pull tab gaming. The governor's amendments do four things, and it really does clarify so we don't have runaway days of charitable gaming going on for months on end, that a convention, conference, or related event during which a temporary permit may be issued may last no more than 7 consecutive days. Clarifies that a convention or conference is only to be held once per quarter. And it also clarifies that qualified organizations have to receive a temporary permit, may sell instant bingo, pull tabs, or seal cards during the convention no more than 7 days. And the last part of it, it clarifies convention, conference, or related event during which a qualified organization may sell instant bingo, pull tabs, or seal cards is held once per quarter. So I would ask that we approve the amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1211.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's amendment be agreed to.
The senator.
Speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President, I move that the governor's critical amendments be agreed to because it moves the planned integration of the Eastern Virginia Medical School into Ann Oldham University one step closer to completion. And what it will do is provide the foundation for the integration and create the largest academic health science center in Virginia. And all the stakeholders have embraced this amendment, Madam President. And so with that, I reiterate my motion that the body adopt the governor's recommendation.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1231.
Chair recognizes the senior senator. Oh, sorry. Chair recognizes the senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that they be rejected, I move the governor's amendments. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, the body will remember this bill as the biomass bill. This was a significant bill to the forestry industry and related industries in the Commonwealth, a tremendously large portion and important component of the Commonwealth's economy. When this bill was brought forward, there was significant opposition or concern and opposition from several members of the environmental community. So the industry, in very good faith, made significant efforts in negotiations with several members of the community and finally got that bill into a posture where the environmental community was either neutral, it was completely neutral. And so that's how the bill left here, and you can see it left the Senate with a 39-0 vote. You can also see that part of those negotiations were that the forestry industry, its coalition, every legislator who was involved in the process would strenuously reject any amendments. Now, let me be perfectly candid. The governor's office did not agree to that. So they're perfectly within their purview to offer amendments. But those of us that were involved in negotiations, that was the understanding. I will point out to the body that on the policy piece of that, the first two amendments represent bills that were soundly rejected in Senate Commerce and Labor, the first three amendments. And the fourth amendment is an attempt to allow one company to profit from renewable energy credits created under the VCEA without having to comply with the requirements of the VCEA. But again, going back to the fundamental problem with these amendments, I think going forward it would inhibit all of us who put forth complicated, sometimes controversial pieces of legislation in an effort to get them into a posture where they may be able to pass the body if we cannot represent that this is our good faith effort in negotiation, and we will reject and urge the body to reject any amendments to this legislation. It's a good piece of legislation. It's an important piece of legislation, and we really need to reject these amendments, both on a policy basis, but also on a process basis going forward. So again, I would renew my recommendation that all the amendments be rejected.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rockingham County rise?
authorized for motion, I would ask that amendments 1 through 3 be taken up separately from Amendment 4. 1 through 3 in a block.
The question is, shall recommendations 1 through 3 be voted in a block? Was that the be agreed to in a block?
Madam President, I'm simply asking that Amendment 4 be severed and taken up separately.
No objection.
And I would ask that the members support 1 through 3.
All right. So that's a different question then. The question is, without objection, we will have amendments 1 through 3 separate from Amendment 4 and be voted separately. So, so the question now is, shall amendments 1 through 3 be adopted with the recommendation that it be rejected?
No. Adopted.
That's what she said.
Madam President, my understanding is that we are taking up 1 through 3. May I speak to 1 through 3?
Yes, Senator. Apparently, everybody is rusty.
I would ask that the members support the governor's amendments 1, 2, and 3 when we do vote on amendments 1, 2, and 3.
The Senate will be temporarily at ease. On Senate Bill 1231, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations 1 through 3 be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The governor's recommendations on 1 through 3 are not adopted.
Madam President,
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain.
on amendment number 4, I would ask that to go by for the day.
Without objection, recommendation number 4 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 1265.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, thank you. Senate Bill 1265 was the Dominion bill that passed here 40-0. There are 17 amendments offered by the governor. 9 of the 17 are grammatical fixes. I think this bill spent more time at the English department at VCU than it did upstairs. There were 8 other suggestions. There's no objection to any of those other amendments by either the environmental community or the utilities, but I'll briefly, go through some of them. Most of them probably were requested by the State Corporation Commission staff. Amendment number 4, the first 3 were grammatical fixes. Amendment number 4 simply says, and it was kind of mentioned what Senator Ruff did, in the securitization of these costs over a 10-year period, if you weren't in that facility for only part of the time, your cost would be prorated. You wouldn't get the normal fix that might have been had you been there the whole time. This makes sure that it applies to those units that were not there the full time. They won't pay the full cost, the full appropriation. Number 5 was a grammatical fix. Number 6, clarification requested by the SEC staff that the Dominion Energy's biennial reviews, the company will project its costs for each year as opposed to one projection for the entire biennium. The next one is also a grammatical fix. It removes what's called load forecasting as a factor that the SEC may use when deciding whether the performance warrants an increase or a decrease to its return. And load forecasting is done by that PGM conglomerate that covers about a half a dozen states. So it'll be strictly on the performance and or projections by the SEC and Dominion. And if you remember, this bill applies only to Dominion. And they'll use this. By doing that, they won't want. It'll make the determination easier as to whether a utility gets penalized or rewarded for their performance. Let's say they had no outages. They might get a higher rate of return if they have no outages, as opposed to, say, they had one every week. Number 10, typographical mistake. Number 11 it says it makes, by doing this, it makes amendment number 12 grammatically make more sense. This clarifies that certain new provisions in this bill don't apply to Dominion, they apply to Appalachian Power. And during their final triennial review, filed March 31st, before they switch, as you know, both they and Dominion will be on biennial reviews effective July 1st. And the first review as part of that is this year. The line 13, or amendment number 13, clarifies that when Dominion, or I guess Appalachian in their bill, they go in for a rate change, increase, decrease, whatever, there's an 8-month deadline on how long the SEC can take to do this. Then the final one, which deals with something other than grammar, confirms that, if you remember, we discussed this a few weeks ago when the bill passed, the rate of return will be, for the next 2 years, 9.7. After that, the SEC will determine what the rate of return will be. And that's essentially, what was done. And like I said, there have been, I talked with LCV people and Dominion, and there's no objection to the amendments. So with that, I would ask that the governor's amendments be accepted in a block, 1 through 17.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator Saslaw, will you yield?
Yes. Can the gentleman...
The senator yields.
Thank you, Madam President. Is the cause of this grammar situation the fact that the patron wrote this bill in English as it was spoken in 1776?
Probably. They had a lot of trouble with some of my English.
Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1280.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Enrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the governor's recommended amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the internship bill where we're requiring graduates to complete an internship or some sort of work-based learning before completing higher education post-secondary. The governor removed community colleges at this point in time. It's a big lift to get it into 4 years, so he excluded community colleges, and we'll work on that going forward. And I move that we agree to the amendments and adopt them.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Senate Bill 1308.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's amendment be agreed to on Senate Bill 1308. I'd like to speak to that bill.
The senator has the floor.
The purpose of this bill was to reduce from 100 acres to 50 acres the minimum number of contiguous acres that would be eligible for that wasn't a brownfield that would be eligible for a site development grant from the Virginia Business Ready Sites Program. The bill I introduced was requested by Albemarle County. A bill was introduced in another body that was requested by Augusta County, and both of those localities have expressed concern about the governor's amendment because it reduces their flexibility basically by reversing the policy of the bill and saying that if you this 50-acre limitation only applies if you don't have a 100-acre parcel. So this bill reduces flexibility for local governments. It goes against the purpose of the bill, and I hope you'll reject the amendment.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor...
President.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
Madam President, I wasn't planning to speak on this bill, but Madam President, the purpose for the amendment from the governor is pretty clear. If you look across Virginia, you will find that there are a number of sites that we have that are 50 acres and below. What we don't have, and the reason why we don't compete well with North Carolina and Tennessee and other places, is we do not have large sites. And our concern is that if we end up with too many of these smaller sites that we already have an inventory of, that we will never get to the point that we have the large and mega sites. So that's the purpose of the substitute, and I hope the members would consider voting in favor of it.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 23.
Ayes 17, noes 23. The governor's recommendations are not agreed to.
Senate Bill 1310.
Chair again recognizes Senator Dees.
Madam President, I don't intend to sound like a broken record, but I will make the same motion with the recommendation that it be rejected. I'll move that the governor's amendment to the bill, Senate Bill 1310, be agreed to, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate Bill 1310 was a recommendation from the Judicial Council. It really rose out of the August 12, 2017 incidents that occurred in Charlottesville. Some of the magistrates who had written warrants in that case had their identities exposed or had their personal information exposed on the internet, and they were put on hit lists, so to speak. This bill is aimed at preventing that. What the governor's done is put on top of this bill legislation that was rejected by the Senate Judiciary Committee that would prevent picketing in front of judges' homes. Now, the problem is, I mean, nobody wants a picket to occur in your home, but you know what? The First Amendment of the Constitution provides for the freedom of assembly. Now, there are limitations to that freedom, just like there are other limitations to the rights contained in the Bill of Rights. But these additional First Amendment implications were not part of this original bill, and I would ask you to allow this original bill to go back before the governor. And if that idea which died in the Senate Judiciary Committee is a good idea, bring it forward again. The governor presented the same language last year as a budget amendment that was rejected in another body. This is language that has been rejected at least twice in this legislature, and I would ask you to do so again. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the governor's amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would hope that the members would support this amendment to this bill. The underlying bill described by a senator from Bath, from Charlottesville, addresses intimidation of judges, and that's all that this amendment does as well. This amendment addresses the same kind of conduct that expressly in this substitute deals with conduct in front of judges' houses, witnesses' houses, jurors' houses, that is conducted with the intention of interfering with the administration of justice. It is not a bill that is addressing the First Amendment rights of Virginians. It is an amendment that furthers the cause of protecting the integrity of our civil and criminal justice system from conduct that is being committed with the intention of undermining it. We need to protect judges, we need to protect jurors, we need to protect witnesses from that kind of malicious, undermining behavior. That's all that this bill does.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask that the body reject the amendments. The gentleman from Rockingham said it is only to allow or to prevent people from intimidating jurors or judges, and don't be that concerned about the First Amendment. But that's exactly what we have to be concerned about. We have to remain faithful to the First Amendment. I remember a time, only because I read it in the newspapers, where a judge, federal judge that has since passed, who lived in Richmond, and he was bitterly opposed to his rulings to allow to have forced busing. And there's a courthouse now federal courthouse named after him. And people picketed outside of his home. And it wasn't pleasant for him or his family. And I certainly agreed with that federal judge, and I thought that the protesters were wrong, but I would defend to my dying breath their ability and their right to protest and to speak their mind, and they did. Now, if they transgress that line and they cause, for example, damage to the home, or they interfere with the comings and goings of the judge and his family or the jurors, that's a different matter, and that's covered by existing law. But once we start to say we're going to put the First Amendment on the back burner because we don't want folk to be intimidated, I think we're going down a slippery slope. So it's for that reasons, Madam President, that I ask that the body reject the amendments. Thank you, Madam President.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 1326.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1326 be adopted in block, amendments 1 through 3.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Having spoken to the original chief patron that is now working a little further north of Richmond at the moment, frankly, I don't care for the amendments, but she has asked that we agree to them. And so I will happily move that amendment, but unhappily vote against them. So still the recommendation to support.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1337.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Enrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to that, the substitute really just removes one issue from this bill. This is the bill that looked a little bit at the process of registration in order to obtain medical marijuana, to decrease the cost to potential patients, as well as, make some of the regulations and overhead less, therefore making the cost less. And the big change is that there's only going to be off-site recommendations made by medical providers. This is the bill that sought to have a medical director as a part of the pharmacy. They still can, but they don't want them to be on-site approving at that location. And that's a sentinel change in the governor's proposal. It still takes off the registration for providers, which was a real deterrent for providers to participate. It talks about the variance and keeps everything very much the same as this body passed it. And I hope you will agree to the governor's recommendation. Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1350.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendation be agreed to, and speaking to that recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
What this does is, instead of having the Secretary of Finance assess a licensing scheme for liquid nicotine, it will have the Virginia ABC do that. And with that, I renew my motion that we agree to the recommendation.
The question is, shall the recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1361.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that the governor's recommendations be rejected, I move the recommendations and speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was the winter of 2022 when I think the governor's appointee as chairman of the Virginia Parole Board wrote an op-ed piece. And in that op-ed piece, Chairman Dotson laid out a very strong case that we need to have greater transparency on the parole board. And he was right. And he spelled out with unerring clarity why we had to have transparency. And part of it was that the votes of the members of the parole board should be public. Their reasons should be public. Nothing should be done in the dark of night. And I recall, and I listened to the gentleman from Rockingham County in, I believe it was 2021, he went on and on many times about the doings of the parole board and the chairman, and they weren't done in the light of day. And for those reasons, I said, you know what? There's a point to this, and I'm going to introduce a legislation that will call for transparency in the parole board doings. So that legislation was introduced. And there was some modifications during the process, the democratic process, but it was okay. But the bill that comes back, or the recommendation come back, doesn't resemble that. And it becomes more of an attempt to put obstacles in the way of people trying to get parole. First and foremost, the Virginia Parole Board is already aware when they are voting about what the case is all about. When they talk about in lines 1, 2, 4 about doing this an investigation and what shall be done, don't think for a moment that the Virginia Parole Board isn't fully aware of the facts and circumstances of what led to the person being incarcerated. They are. But here's the problem with the recommendations. The words shall on lines 1 and 6 can be problematic. Additionally, it allows the Commonwealth the Commonwealth's attorney to really double dip. The Commonwealth attorney can weigh in, but it also says that the victim witness program, well, that is part and parcel of the Commonwealth attorney's office. And here's the big problem. If there are any errors in what the victim witness or the Commonwealth attorney's office says, you can't correct it. The recommendation doesn't allow to correct for an error. So what you end up happen is not as much transparency and more obstacles. So I'm asking for those reasons that we reject the governor's recommendation, and I'm finished. That's what I asked that you do. Thank you very much. I'm going on.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. To speak briefly to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would hope that we would adopt the governor's recommendation on this. What this proposal puts forward is to make sure that we continue doing what's the best practice, which is making sure that we have the Commonwealth Attorney's Office involved in that and give voice to the victims. This is something that the current parole board is doing, but as we've seen in previous years, you never know what might happen down the road. And I think that we're currently doing the best practice, and we should codify that and continue that going forward. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to do that. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman from Roanoke County yield for a question?
Will the senator rise and yield?
Given the time, I'll yield for one question. Make it good.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey.
I'll do my best to oblige. I would ask the gentleman, what would the current Commonwealth's attorney in any jurisdiction of the 133 throughout the Commonwealth know about a case that occurred 30 or 40 years before, after 3 or 4 iterations of different or elections of different Commonwealth attorneys that he could add or she could add to what happened 30 or 40 years ago.
Senator Suderline has the floor.
Madam President, I would answer the senator from Roanoke City was our U.S. attorney in my area during President Carter's administration. The chief elected prosecutor in Roanoke City that day when he took that office is still the chief elected prosecutor in Roanoke City. So there may be turnover in some places, but there's not always 3 to 4. We've had the same CA longer than I've been alive in Roanoke City. And I think that even if he were to leave, there's folks in those offices that can provide good guidance. And I think that they should seek out. And if there's not, if it happens to be in an area where there has been high turnover, there's no harm in asking and saying, hey, we'd appreciate your input. And they say, well, you know, it's been so much time, we don't have any input. Good day. And they move on their way. And that's what we should do now. We should adopt this amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
The senator from Richmond's question does summon back to memory some of the events from a couple of years ago. We had a couple of members of the parole board who had some notions about the guilt or innocence of somebody who had been convicted of a capital crime. And those notions were, we don't really know how they were formed or informed. And yes, I would submit that the Commonwealth's attorney in the jurisdiction in which that person was originally convicted may very well have had some important insight that he or she might have been able to offer that should have been considered, maybe not just by the chair of the parole board, but by the other members of the parole board. And what this bill does is, this amendment, it does really very little other than simply says that during the investigation, the staff just needs to notify the Commonwealth's attorney and the victim witness coordinator that they may comment, and that the comment be made part of the parole file. And it also makes it amply clear that the input that is provided by the Commonwealth's attorney or the victim witness coordinator, if they choose to do so, it expressly says it shall not infringe upon the board's decision-making authority. This simply asks that the investigation include giving notice and giving an opportunity. This is a modest change that makes good common sense.
Chair again recognizes Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentleman from Rockingham yield for a question?
Will the senator from Rockingham rise and yield?
Sure.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I would direct the gentleman's attention to lines 6 and 7 where it says, such input shall remain in the prisoner's parole file and shall be considered by the parole board at every parole review. With that in mind, how would you correct the situation where a Commonwealth's attorney from 30 or 40 years ago or a member of the victim's family provided erroneous information and that became a part of the Virginia Parole Board's file that would be considered at every next parole review? How would you correct that?
Senator.
Madam President, it is merely an opportunity for them to comment. It is merely a notice of their right to comment. They can comment now, but sometimes the parole board has neglected to, or the investigators or the parole board have neglected giving notice to those Commonwealth's attorneys. Right now, that information does go in the file. This just guarantees that that practice is followed. What is done to correct mistakes is that we have professional staff who works for the parole board, law enforcement officers who are charged with conducting a good faith investigation prior to the parole board's determination on as to whether or not to grant parole. These sworn law enforcement officers, these staff members, are charged with making sure that that those files are complete, that they are fair, and that the parole board has the information that it needs, and the information from a prosecutor or a family, always runs the risk of being biased, always runs that risk. And that's why it makes it clear in the final line that such input shall not infringe upon the board's authority to exercise its decision-making authority.
I thank the gentleman.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment, recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out that the exact same language in this recommendation was contained in Senate Bill 1015, which was killed in the Rehab Committee on a 9-6 vote on January the 20th. And so if we're basically going to revisit every law that got killed in committee by a governor's amendment later on, do an end run around our committee process, then go ahead and vote for this. Otherwise, this was debated, it died in committee. This is not the way we should be legislating. It's not the role the governor should play here. And we ought to just not adopt this purely on a procedural basis. The committee that heard it didn't think it ought to be the law, and it still shouldn't be the law, no matter how it's proposed.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 1370.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request that the governor's recommendations on this bill please go by for the day.
Without objection, the governor's recommendations go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1392.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the body, the body may recall that this is a bill which required all agencies and departments of the Commonwealth to adhere to certain restrictions when undertaking development activities and construction or rehabilitation in a floodplain. And so when the Attorney General's office looked at this, they had some issue with, as you can tell by the amendments, the use of the word variance, which has some legal connotations in the world of real estate, and they preferred the use of the word permit. So again, not any earth-shattering amendments. It keeps the bill in the same posture as when it left here and achieves the same policy ends. And so with that, I would again recommend that we adopt the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1405.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1405 be agreed to. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
What is proposed here is basically what was not stated, but was clearly the intent of establishing rolling conformity of the income tax adjustments made each year. And what it does is it makes it clear that the when filing income tax returns for calendar year 2022. This rolling conformity bill does not take effect until 2023. So we'll be with the year that started in January of 2023. And I think that was the intent, and what we need to do is to vote for this provision.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1427.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 1427, and speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1427 is the campaign finance reform legislation that would make it so that PACs have to also provide reports in a timely manner close to elections, and similar to the way we currently have to for our campaigns. There's a few other things related to that, but that's the focus of the bill. And what the governor's amendments does is they're technical amendments that were suggested by the Department of Legislative Services. They preferred to put it in reduce the number of code sections being amended, and also to make it so that the October reporting date would align with another one. They believe that makes it better bookkeeping. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt the governor's recommendations. Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1438.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move to adopt the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that,
the senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this was the foreign adversary bill, and after we got the bill out of the Assembly, worked with the title companies to address some things that some people thought were unclear. It also changes the effective date from January of 2023 to July 1, 2023. Specifically, we adjusted the definition of agricultural land to make sure that if, in fact, a publicly traded company owned land in Virginia and a foreign adversary bought stock in that country, but actually had no control, they would not be considered an interest for purposes of this bill. There was also a question about the security of banks, bank liens and mechanics liens in the process. We addressed that and fixed both of those, and then there were some who were concerned about the chain of title. And that is a long, drawn-out thing that I won't bore you with, but some of you all who have worked in dirt law understand it. This would eliminate any potential problem with regard to the chain of title for somebody who purchases the land down the road. So with that, Madam President, I would ask we support the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, no 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1441.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I respectfully request that we pass by for the day Senate Bill 1441. The governor's recommendations.
The governor's recommendations. Without objection,
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Sudeline, the senator from Roanoke County.
I would object to that motion.
This will be a voice vote. The question is,
Madam President,
Chair recognizes Senator Normand.
if we could pause for a moment, please.
The Senate will be at ease temporarily. Chair recognizes Senator Sudeline.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to withdraw my objection but speak briefly to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that it's obvious that there are not the votes for the governor's recommendation. I find that disappointing. I don't see why we would protect a huge utility against the interest of ratepayers and allowing this to go to market and be competitively bid like it ought to be. And I appreciate the governor doing this, and I hope that going forward the Senate will start coming to see a better way of doing things. Thank you, Madam President.
Without objection, the original intent for Senate Bill 1441 to go by for the day. Without objection.
Senate Bill 1452.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the senator from Lynchburg. Bedford.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 1452 and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the Senate of Virginia was very helpful as we slowly shut down the Central Virginia Community College Training Center. And when we were doing that, a number of items happened. One, this Senate and the chairs of finance helped with defeasing the bonds. The next step there is to develop the COPN beds. This bill produced those COPN beds for that area, which will help reduce the negative value of the property. This amendment takes really the next step, which was in the Senate budget. Senator from Southern Fairfax and others helped us work on this. Basically what it does is it declares to General Services how that land will be disposed of. It's very complex because there are 90 buildings full of asbestos and otherwise, and this declares it'll be declared surplus, but the mechanism, there has to be a performance bond by anybody who buys the property, and if the entirety of the demolition is not done, then the property will not be sold. So I again renew my motion that we agree with the governor's amendments on 1452.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1453.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As you can see, there's a new enactment added to the bill and makes the Department of Education compile a list of grants and other resources available to purchase AEDs. It's a good amendment and provides information to school systems. Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1459.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the governor's amendments be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the governor's amendments do not change the structure of the bill, but what it does say is that in addition to the superintendent and state police and the chief law enforcement officer of counties, the chief law enforcement officer of any locality or higher education can provide an exception for one of the reasons given to access the prohibited applications in the bill. With that, I renew the motion that the governor's amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1492.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteffe.
Madam President, can Senate Bill 1492 go by for the day? Thank you.
Without objection, the bill goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 1515.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
I lived in Fairfax for a while. It was okay. Madam President, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendation on Senate Bill 1515 and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the body, Senate Bill 1515 left this body and was approved by the House of Delegates, which then put restrictions on children's access to pornography on the internet. I think it was a very important bill. We all worked together on that. It was kind of near the end of the session. And it has come back in a form now with an amendment to Senate Bill 1515. The underlying structure is still remained. What they did was the governor's amendments have now provide additional protection for minors' data and the protection of minors' data online. So the governor's amendments basically do the following. The governor's amendments enhance the Consumer Data Protection Act by establishing a parental consent agreement at the state level. These amendments extend the protections provided to children under the age of 13 to all persons who utilize the internet under the age of 18. The governor's amendments ban the knowing processing of personal data for children for the purposes of targeted advertising and or for the sale of that personal data or for using it for profiling purposes. And so what I guess this tries to do is actually expand on what we were, as a policy, in agreement on, which was making sure that we're keeping our children from harmful influences that come from the internet, and especially when access by our children is sometimes unbridled and uncontrolled and unregulated. And so these amendments basically allow us as a state to provide more protection for these children on the internet, and especially their privacy and their overuse or use of their data when they use the internet by corporations that use that for commercialization and other methodologies and other purposes. And so for those reasons, Madam President, I renew my motion that we adopt governor's recommendation of Senate Bill 1515.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Yeah, Madam President, this makes a bad bill even worse, if that's possible. The bill that the senator...
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Yeah, I oppose the governor's amendments.
Senator may continue.
If you recall, the good senator from Franklin, my neighbor, a good friend, had a bill which violated the Commerce Clause of the federal government. And I think we ought to comply with the federal government, especially since the federal Constitution was adopted in part because of commerce. And only the federal government can regulate interstate commerce. You recall that discussion, but we passed it anyway. But what this amendment does is make it worse. We've already had a bill that was under the Consumer Data Protection Act that went into effect, I think, in January 1. And there's currently the Joint Commission on Technology and Science is continuing to study the issue of children's data. What this amendment does is simply say that the parents for children under 18 can decide whether they could see something on the internet or not. The fact of the matter is the internet is like the stars in the sky. It doesn't fall in one state and not another state. It falls in all the states. How are you going to limit the internet to one state or not? You cannot do that. And furthermore, Mr. President, what this does is one size fits all. When the parents have to decide whether their children could see something on the internet, what you're talking about is 6 years old, 16 years old. The developmental differences among children is enormous. Everybody knows 5 years old and 6 years old. One thing, children 16 and 17, they think for themselves. And so I think it's a one-size-fits-all that's not going to work. And furthermore, Mr. President, Madam President, It's kind of reminds me of the debate we had a number of years ago on parental consent for children, for girls having an abortion at 15 or 16. Should parents decide that issue or not? So a whole laundry list of issues that create problems. And what we ought to do, Madam President, was let the Joint Commission on Technology and Science look at this in the future and decide how this should be handled. But in my opinion, the governor's amendment makes a bad bill worse.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak in opposition to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I think I'm going to try and avoid reiterating what my colleague from Roanoke said, but there are some very general terms in this bill. They use phrase like material harmful to minors, substantially harmful to minors. I mean, it's a very broad bill. There are some parts that I agree with. The collection of data, the solicitation, the targeting, the profiling, that part I agree with. But this idea that simply by posting something on the internet where it's accessible to children, because of course it's accessible to the whole world, that creates a civil cause of action, that to me is inherently problematic. It's got a First Amendment issue, and it's just got a common sense issue. Trying to prevent people from seeing things on the internet is trying to, like, standing on the beach and telling the tide not to come in. It's an exercise in futility. And I do think that there are ways that parents, note the phrase, parents can control the content that their children see on the internet. But to try and do it from this body, I think is just a hopeless, helpless task, and I think we're going to have all sorts of chilling effects. I mean, we could have people in the 49 other states that'll be outside the jurisdiction of our laws that'll post things all they want. How are we going to stop that? So the bottom line is I was one of 3 people that voted no when this went through on the floor. Hopefully we're going to get some more red votes because I just think that this is an invitation to disaster. So I hope we defeat this bill and the amendment for that matter.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the governor's amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt the governor's recommendation on this bill. I think some of the remarks that have been made have been against the underlying bill that we already debated and passed a few weeks ago. And what we have now is, are we actually going to provide real protection to consumers that are underage? And it's amazing to me that this same body that increased the age to purchase tobacco to 21 years old thinks that a 14-year-old on the internet does not deserve the special legal protections. I think some of the best arguments against the Consumer Data Protection Act were made by some of my Democratic colleagues when we were over at the Science Museum about how little protections they offer. And I don't think they really offer much protection at all. And I think that it's really bad that we're not offering any serious protections to people under 18 years old. For so many other items, we say 18 years old is when you become an adult. But for your consumer data, we say it's 13 years old. We wouldn't let these people go get their own driver's license. They'd have to have parental permission if they're under 18. Tobacco, we take to 21. The federal government has taken health insurance even higher. But for some reason, their consumer data on the internet, we're going to allow that at 14 for them to be an adult. And I think it's something that we ought to do here, and I hope we support the governor's amendment.
Madam President?
Chair recognizes Senator Eben.
Would the gentleman from Roanoke County yield for a question?
Senator Suderline, will you yield?
Yes, Madam President. I'll yield for one question.
Senator Eben has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the gentleman if the provisions he's arguing for were twice rejected in the General Laws and Technology Committee during this previous session.
Senator Suderline has the floor.
Well, I used to be a member of that committee, but during this term I'm not, so I don't know the day-to-day. I do know that it was not passed when I offered the bill. I do know that the House of Delegates, which has 40-plus Democratic members, passed that legislation with over 90 votes, meaning supermajorities of both caucuses at the other end of the chamber thought it was a good idea. And I think that it's something that was worth considering again here today, and I hope we'll pass it.
Would the gentleman yield for one final question?
Will the senator yield?
Only because the senator from Alexandria. I'll yield for one final question.
Senator Suderline yields. Senator Eben has the floor.
Thank you. I would ask the senator if he himself did not offer those same provisions in a bill that was rejected this session by the Senate Commerce and Labor, General Laws and Technology Committee already this year.
Senator Suderline.
Yes, Madam President, I'd say I offered those ideas, and sometimes it takes this body a few weeks to recognize a good idea, and now it's being offered by the governor and that charismatic senator from Franklin, so I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to adopt it.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I was the original patron of this bill in 2021. We went through extraordinary lengths before this bill was even brought before committee to hear from processors of the data, owners of the data, the business community. We had huge Zoom calls, multiple Zoom calls with individuals to get their feedback. There was a tremendous amount of time put into this. And the delayed enactment on this bill was about a year and a half because it's going to take a long time for these industries to be able to put in the policies and the procedures and what have you to comply with the act. They went through great time, huge expense to do this. I've spent the past 2 years on Zoom calls all over the world with folks who were engaged in the whole issue of data privacy. And to all of a sudden try to pass something like this, which would disrupt all of those efforts done by the private sector to make data privacy a reality in this country, to delay that by putting this in and putting new requirements on this is just not appropriate at this time. If you want to do this, it was rejected in committees this year. It needs to be brought back, and it needs to be debated by all those who are impacted by this data privacy legislation, and bring this through the General Assembly during a normal session. This bill, Madam President, has now been replicated with some minor adjustments in 5 states. As the Consumer Digest, as Consumer Reports, said when this bill was introduced, this is a great start. There's going to be a lot of work done on data privacy, but we can't do these kinds of sort of sneak attacks on the original intent of the bill and the efforts we went to bring everybody on board, and then all of a sudden have these new requirements put in place. Of course we don't want kids, exposed to pornography or inappropriate material on the internet, but you have to get this right, and we have to do this the right way, and that's through the legislature, and that's next year. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The recommendations are not agreed to.
Senate Bill 1533.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, the first thing I do is move that we sever these amendments and consider them separately.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, under those circumstances, I would move that we endorse Amendment 1, that we adopt Amendment 1. And speaking to the bill, this bill was about allowing a pharmaceutical processor of cannabis that is already licensed by the Board of Pharmacy to establish a second growing area if the Board of Pharmacy approves it. And this First Amendment simply clarifies that purpose.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendation number 1 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, 1. The governor's recommendation number 1 is agreed to.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, with all due respect, with respect to Amendment 2, I move that the amendment be agreed to, but I recommend that it be rejected. And
the senator may continue.
Specifically, this bill is about allowing a pharmaceutical processor that exists in Washington County that doesn't have space for its grow area because they're going to have a casino there to establish the grow area in Allegheny County. Allegheny County is an impoverished area with a lot of unemployment. It's an area that I've represented for over 30 years, and I'm not going to be representing anymore. But this is about 50 jobs that pay $80,000 a year. They're going to be a significant difference, make a significant difference in Allegheny County. And if you are for rural economic development, you are for this bill. And you're against this amendment because this amendment is a reenactment clause which would require us to come back next year, and it would mean that 50 people that could be working in Allegheny County will not be working.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendation number 2 be agreed to with the recommendation that it be rejected? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The governor's recommendation number 2 is rejected.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia Beach rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side of SB 1459, I ask that we reconsider the vote.
He did not.
Oh, yes, sorry. Somebody else can do it then. I withdraw my motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Roanoke County rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 1533, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which the recommendation number 1 be agreed to be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The vote is reconsidered.
And having previously explained this amendment, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendation to number 1 on Senate Bill 1533.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendation number 1 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The recommendation is still agreed to.
Returning to page 4, Senate Bill 989.
Well, I've been around, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to ask that we agree to the governor's amendments in this bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill required that Commonwealth's attorneys notify victims of crimes about certain agreements, and it came to light that sometimes the criminals were parents of the victim, and so the governor has amended that to say that it may also go to the guardian ad litem of the child or guardian of the child when the parent is one of the criminals, and the first 2 lines were just to correct some language to make it easier for the Commonwealth's attorney to notify the victims of the crime. I'd ask that we approve the governor's amendments.
question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Page 4, Senate Bill 1035.
Chair again recognizes Senator McPike, a senator from Prince William County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, I move the governor's recommendations be adopted. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So, for those of you on Transportation Committee, you might remember that I put this bill in last year on the state of good repair and bridge funding. And the new administration came in and asked that, since it's a new administration, that they be given a year to take a look at it. And so I met with the administration and the new secretary and said, you know what, you guys are new, absolutely. I struck my own bill. They came back and provided this bill this year. So this is language that we worked on for almost 2 years from a JLARC report, and I thought was agreed to. So I'm a little bit surprised without a call or to say, hey, we're going to change this up, because this is vetted through both the House and Senate and committees and over 2 years to arrive at this. And one of the main points in the governor's objections was an alternate to the JLARC recommendation. Well, as amended, it's actually not correct. You would have to create a cap of 20% and then a floor of 2.5. They only chose one part, so it's an incomplete subpart of a JLARC recommendation. And so it really is, I think they're trying to go a different direction of the JLARC report, but it's incomplete. And therefore, I'd also ask you to reject it and stay with the original language as vetted through committee.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I was in the Transportation Committee, heard the bill, and I think the gentleman is right, especially as it relates to Part 1 and 2 of the bill. But those are not the parts that the governor have amended. The bill had a good purpose in regards to working on state of good repair and making sure that structural deficient bridges, not just those on the cusp of becoming structural deficient, would be included in the fund. The problem is, if you look closely, this bill produces, without the amendment, winners and losers. And we generally don't do that in legislation. As a matter of fact, we set up a good bit of overview that's outside the political process just for that. Just to be clear, if you live in Northern Virginia, this is not a good bill for you. This actually bill gives you the opportunity to go in below the thresholds. Also, if you live in far southwest Virginia or Southside Virginia, actually, if you live in 6 of the 9 transportation districts, this bill, the math comes out not good for you. And what is not good for you? It means that you will not go below the low threshold for these type of bridges. And I think the legislation is well intended. I believe the first 2 sections of the legislation are not only helpful but needed. But I think when it comes to the last item, that makes sure that we don't have winners and losers is the focus of the governor's amendments, and I would hope that we would accept them.
Chair again recognizes Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. If no one else wishes to speak.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And so to renew my recommendation, it is to reject it. And a couple of reasons why. If you look at the JLARC recommendation number 5 from the report, it's very clear in terms of sort of 2 binary option. What this bill did was eliminated the upper cap and lower cap. And the reason why is important is to direct resources where they're most needed. Ultimately, when you have bridge repairs, if you defer maintenance over time, those repairs are more costly. That's the point of the bill, is to make sure resources are directed across the entire Commonwealth to tackle those issues before they become the billion-dollar replacement issues. That's the point of state of good repair. And so from a public policy standpoint, we need to tackle it with every dollar we can. And to some of the gentleman's point, actually it helps not always my area. It helps actually the the agricultural community, which have deficient bridges, you've probably seen the do not cross loading signs in some of your districts. This actually helps to tackle it because it prioritizes the critical infrastructure where the dollars are needed and not just stovepiping them into different parts of the Commonwealth. We need to leverage our dollars all across the Commonwealth to help every part of our structure. So thank you, Madam President. Urge you to reject.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The governor's amendments are agreed to.
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to on Senate Bill 1035 be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I renew my motion that the amendments be adopted with the recommendation it be rejected.
Madam President.
Chair again recognizes the senator from Bedford.
Just to remake the point, I appreciate what the gentleman said, and just to be clear, the JLARC report spoke to a whole bunch of things that are in the bill. I don't think anywhere in the JLARC report did they come out and say very clearly that we should have winners and losers in the Code of Virginia. And if you live in the Fairfax area, you're a loser. If you live in the Lynchburg area, if you live in Harrisonburg and far southwest Virginia, if you live in great parts of this state, 6 out of the 9 areas, you're going to be permanent losers under this bill. The fact is, I think that this section of the bill should stand alone, and we should have the opportunity to consider it just by itself, and it certainly should go through finance if we're going to have winners and losers in the financial section of our transportation department.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 18, noes 21, Rule 36-1. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Turning to page 21, Senate bills vetoed by governor. Senate Bill 1051.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 1051 be passed in the roll form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And so this bill, as left, this was the predatory towing issue where there are literally tow companies that if a utility parks to check an outside gas leak, and by function, they have to leave the property to go shut off the gas main. The tow truck hooks up the gas company and hauls them off. Same thing with the electric company. Guess what? The transformers are usually not on the property when you have a power outage. And so the predatory towing company has to, by function, leave the property to access the transformer. By the time they get back, the predatory tower has towed the truck and all the tools, and guess what? Your business is still without power. Now, I get the governor's argument about land rights and different things, but this is also public safety and the impact to multiple businesses. If you lose your fiber now and your business is out, you're toast. I mean, and the telecom's been towed. The guy that can actually splice the fiber can't get his truck back. Unfortunately, that's what's going on. And I wish the governor had actually discussed it and maybe reduced the times or some other provisions, but this is a public safety issue that has been reported on multiple fireground scenes of delaying response. And so this is a real public issue, and so I'd ask your support of the motion.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request to speak against the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with the governor's veto. You walk down the street here, and there's several buildings owned by a very well-known utility, and they've got some parking spaces. And if you notice, some of them are empty. You can't just go park in them for 71 hours free of charge because you might be in an emergency and you might need to get somewhere, because that's their property. This is your property. And when we're discussing emergencies, I think the approach might be, another fire bill, which we're all very familiar with, but not something dealing with your property right for 71 hours. In my area, there's a provision in the state code that is in the state code everywhere, but it's much more familiar to people near us in the pipeline, and that's right of entry. And that is, if the utilities who are going to do a pipeline give you notice, they can come on your property regardless of what you think. And they don't have to tell you anything beyond that. And a lot of them really don't like that. And I have a feeling a lot more people are going to become familiar with the concept if this actually did become the law of Virginia, where you can park somewhere for 71 hours undisturbed, and then they leave and they could park there again. I don't think that this is something we ought to be doing. We should not be granting such powers to these utilities. And I think if there's an emergency issue, we ought to have legislation related directly to the emergency, not this. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill, to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. If everyone in the body would look again at the language of the underlying bill, it was referring to broadband service providers. Now, all of us have supported expanding access to broadband throughout the Commonwealth so that we can get universal coverage. I, who have been on the Broadband Advisory Council for almost the entire time that I've been in the General Assembly, have heard from a number of broadband utility providers who have expressed problems with getting onto land to put the infrastructure into the ground. They have to be able to drive and park their trucks if we want broadband to be deployed. And so I would support the patrons' motion to support the underlying legislation. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? As many as are in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The veto is sustained.
Senate Bill 1085.
The veto is sustained. It needs 27.
Senate Bill 1085.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 1085 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
In his veto statement, the governor stated the Commonwealth made a significant bipartisan step by enforcing a primary offense for exhaust systems that are not in good working order last year. And that is absolutely true, but it has not solved the problem, which is why this bill remains before us. If your constituents are still dealing with damaging issues caused by muffler modification and drag racing, you want to vote to pass the bill in its enrolled form. As this bill moved through the legislative process, the Virginia State Police, many local governments, the Republican chair of the House Transportation Committee, and legislators from across the Commonwealth expressed their support for the bill that passed 37-3 in the end in the Senate and 77-21 in the House. The sentiment expressed by all the diverse stakeholders was that there's a continuing public safety and quality of life issue related to vehicle noise, and the problem simply hasn't been solved by last year's bill. I hear from my constituents about this issue, deal with it myself, as I'm sure many of you do. In the 10 months since the bill went into law, we have not seen a decrease in vehicle noise. The state police have informed us that making vehicle noise a primary offense is not a comprehensive solution. They were clear with my office that more work was needed to fix this quality of life issue. Our constituents are affected by vehicle noise every day, and I hope we'll vote to override this veto and get to work solving the issue for our constituents. So please vote yes on this motion to pass the bill in its enrolled form.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Rising to speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would ask that the body vote no to the motion and sustain the governor's veto. Madam President, to make clear, the bill that's before you is to study the issue. It's not to take action. It's not to make a decision. It's to direct the Department of State Police to conform a work group to study the issue. I will advise the body that if you look in the Code of Virginia, Title 46.2, there's an entire article directed to exhaust systems. 46.2, 1047 talks about what types of mufflers are illegal. There's a provision in 46.2, 1048 that talks about pollution control devices on mufflers. And then there's a provision, Madam President, in 1049 that talks about mufflers needing to be in good working order and if they produce excessive noise. This particular bill does not amend any of those code sections. And Madam President, if you don't think state code is enough, there's also a provision, Title 46.2, 1051, that allows for local ordinances. Your local governing bodies can pass an ordinance to deal with this issue. Madam President, certainly if the body thinks that these statutes are not operable enough to solve the problem, there are solutions. Pass a specific statute that deals with the issue, or the body can convene a meeting of the Transportation Committee, hear testimony, and make decisions. We have put a tremendous amount of burden on our state police, tremendous. The demands on them increase every day. If this issue is important enough for us to change the code, then this body can take action, have a meeting within the body, and act. But this bill does not do that. It just asks to look at it further, which we already have the ability to do. Madam President, with that, I renew my request that you vote no and sustain the governor's amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we need to keep the conversation going. This is a very complex issue, and the code just doesn't deal with it in specific enough manners to deal with the problem. In my district, there are reports of mufflers and devices put in mufflers that approximate and imitate a drive-by shooting. Now, how is that covered by the code? It's insane. This is a huge problem. You're not going to solve this in front of the Transportation Committee. We're not experts in mufflers. We're not experts in enforcing the law. What we do is hear from work groups who have studied the problem and give us recommendations because they are and do have greater expertise in this problem. And Senator Evans' objection to this veto is exactly correct. We need to keep this conversation going. The code just doesn't get it done here, and we need to find solutions to this problem. It is a huge problem in my district and in many districts around the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The governor's veto is upheld. Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Having prevailing on the side by which we sustain the governor's veto on Senate Bill 1051 on page 21, I would ask we reconsider that vote, please, ma'am.
The question is, shall the vote by which SB 1051's veto was upheld be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. I again renew my motion that Senate Bill 1051 be passed in the enroll form, notwithstanding objections from the governor and previously spoken to, but maybe to clarify one point.
Senator Sasslaw, do you have a question? Senator McPike has the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the support and agreeing on this. And again, it's for emergency use. It's very clear on the bill of the purpose. Otherwise, you can tow, just to clarify. So it's pretty clear. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Madam President.
Rather, the chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the gentleman from James City County rise for a question?
Will the senator from James City County rise?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be pleased.
He rises and yields. Senator Cosgrove.
I thank the birthday boy. I would just ask the gentleman, if I was to do the wise and judicious thing on this bill and sustain the governor's veto, I would press the red button. Is that correct, Madam?
Madam President, I would respond, that would be the best birthday present I've had today.
Oh, happy birthday. Thank you, sir.
The question is, shall Senate Bill 1051 pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The governor's veto is again upheld.
We can, but then we need about 15 minutes to get everybody's calendar marked and get ourselves where we are. But we can't do this.
We have House communication.
We have a House communication.
Yeah, but let's do this first.
Chair recognizes Senator Sasslaw.
House communication.
I move that, Madam President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
The question is, shall the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Senator Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we leave our Senate section here, I've been requested by a member who wanted to switch his vote, and it's with great trepidation that I do this on Senate Bill 903, page 3. Can't do it? Going? Oh! Okay, I can take care of this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw.
I move we stand in recess until 4 o'clock. It's 15 minutes, 16 actually.
Without objection, the Senate is in recess for 15 minutes. So, get ready. The Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. What I'm going to do, you all have this sheet or something similar to it. I'm going to put the bills that have, like you see, 40-0 and 39-1. The House bill is identical to that, okay? And I'm going to move to put those in a block, and then you're on 2 pages. And I'll include the 39-1 and 35-5, but the ones where it was a little, were the 18-22 and 24-16, 17-23, I won't. I'll do the 36-4, and anybody who wants can pull them out of the block. So I'm going to make a motion now, Madam President, and that is I move that the House bills with governor's recommendations be placed in a block with the understanding that any senator desiring to a bill removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. And the bills that I propose
Madam President, I didn't mean to interrupt him. I was waiting for him to pause on his sentence. I just wanted to say to the body that the senator had discussed this approach with me, and I concur with it completely, and I think it'll expedite what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Saslaw.
Yes, and Madam President, the bills that I propose to go in the block are House Bill 1438, House Bill 1598, House Bill 1770, House Bill 1777, House Bill 1807, House Bill 1840, House Bill 1846, House Bill 1943, House Bill 1949, House Bill 2185, House Bill 2193, House Bill 2275, House Bill 2296, House Bill 2338, and House Bill 1052. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. House Bill 2375.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? No, the question is, shall the bills be placed in a block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bills? Yes. And those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The clerk will now read the number of the bills, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1438. House Bill 1598. House Bill 1770. House Bill 1777. House Bill 1807. House Bill 1840. House Bill 1845. 46, I'm sorry. House Bill 1943.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Can House Bill 1943 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 1943 is out of the block.
House Bill 1949, which I will tell you was a very good year. House Bill 2185. House Bill 2193. House Bill 2275. House Bill 2296. House Bill 2338. House Bill 2375.
Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Hashmi.
Can House Bill 2338 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 2338 is out of the block. The question is, shall the remaining bills in the block be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? That is, all bills except House Bill 1943 and House Bill 2338. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to House Bill 1400.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I offer the motion that the governor's recommendations to House Bill 1400 be agreed to. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Yes. Madam President, members of the Senate, there are basically four issues that are presented in the recommendations that the governor's made as it related to what we referred to when we adopted it the last day in February, and when we were right before we adjourned signing aye, that we have addressed these issues on what we called the skinny budget. The issues are, you can see Amendment 1 on page 22 of the calendar. It refers to the general fund resources, and those are listed there. What has been crossed out is basically just the situation is that we have increased revenues than what had been projected for this fiscal year, and also made slight adjustments upward for the second year of the biennium. So there's just a factual reporting of the estimates and projections going forward. Amendment 2 on page 24 deals with the TANF Unemployed Parents Program. These are two-parent families, and what happens in the two-parent families that are in TANF, it's an optional program, and we've had this program in place for several years. What it does is it provides benefits to the parents when there are two parents there, and that's certainly, I think, in general regarded as a good thing, and it has to be covered solely by state funds without getting the matching federal funds on that. So that has that piece developed there. We then have on Amendment 3 on page 27 that uses ARPA funding, federal funds that are there in language, which is helping us address some of the issues that we are had seen higher expenditures needing to be met to develop to respond to some of the issues that we have built into the budget. And then the final one is Amendment 4, that is also on page 27, and it provides the option of putting up matching monies to address a potential federal grant that would be at the Jefferson Lab on the peninsula. That is something that has been under development, and it's over a long period of time, and that we are seeing the scientific breakthroughs that have been developed at the lab and also in other places. We do have strong support for this within the Congress for Virginia to be able to provide this assessment of things and to get the federal grant and to develop the capabilities that can be developed at the Jefferson Lab there. And so I think those are the 4 items that we have addressed in these amendments, and I would hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to adopt the amendments as proposed by the governor.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I appreciate the explanation and the summation of those major areas by the co-chair of Senate Finance, and I would encourage the body to support the governor's amendments. It represents at least a core of a smaller group that we can move forward on. But I say that with great anticipation that I aspire that the budget discussions recommence and go forward. And I'm not unmindful of what the season is, but there are many localities out there that are undertaking their best analysis without all of the ingredients and what their local budgets may look like, trying to anticipate what the General Assembly may or may not do. And while it's been many years, I recall being in local government when that happened, and that is a gross assumption to make if you're in local government, because you can find yourself moving in an inappropriate direction, and it's very difficult for local governments to have the agility to adapt that maybe we do. So I encourage the body to adhere to the recommendations of the co-chair of finances.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations to House Bill 1400 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1550. Page 28.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenchain.
Unless somebody else wants to speak to it. Madam President, I move the adoption of the governor's amendment.
The senator has the floor.
If I may speak to it. Madam President, this is not my bill, and I don't know a whole lot about it, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I'm advised that it passed down the hall 95-0. So I'm in deep water if it fails here. But my understanding is that this bill deals with child abuse and neglect findings by the Department of Social Services under current law. The Board of Education can administratively suspend a teacher's license upon a finding of child abuse and neglect by the Department of Social Services. The underlying bill created a process by which that administrative finding can be appealed to circuit court, and the concern was that that appeal would prevent the administrative suspension of that teacher's license until the resolution of that appeal. This makes it clear that that administrative suspension can be imposed upon the finding by the Department of Social Services, but it provides a mechanism by which the license can be restored in the event that it is reversed. And I hope I'm getting a nod from the chair of the Rehabilitation and Social Services, and if I stood up in her stead, I extend to her my sincere apologies. But it would be my hope that this bill, which essentially restores the status quo in terms of protecting children in the classroom after a teacher has been found to have been has had an adverse finding of child abuse and neglect, preserves the ability to suspend that license.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1595 on page 29.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Yes, this deals with the tax conformity bill that I addressed earlier during the day on the Senate side. And what this does is it provides the same time period so that it's clear to everybody that the taxes, the tax program that will be in place for 2022 has already been adopted, and it then provides the tax conformity provision, which we adopted just this year, will not take effect until the 2023 session, so 23 calendar year. And with that, I'd hope that it'd be the pleasure of the body to adopt to pass the governor's amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1730 on page 30.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's amendments be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What the governor's amendment does is it tightens a little bit, just a little bit, the kind of felonies that would be waived if somebody wanted to work in the alcohol industry. And the governor's amendment essentially says that a person who is convicted of poisoning, crimes related to poisoning in food or drink would be prohibited from this waiver that would allow them to work in the alcohol industry. The patron does agree with the governor's amendments, so I ask that they be agreed to as well. Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk. We'll close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1842 on page 35.
Chair again recognizes Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill deals with the business-ready site acquisition program. The amendment changes the site acreage requirement from 250 acres to 500 acres, and it clarifies that prevailing wages related to the relates to the locality, not to the region. And it puts parameters around the localities of right of first refusal language that was included in the bill. I renew the motion.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1900 on page 36.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's amendments be agreed to. Speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
I have not heard anything from the Patriots, so I'm just assuming that he's okay with these amendments. And what it does is, relating to the provisional license for providers of behavioral health and developmental services, notice requirements as a waiver of appeals rights by consent agreement. And so, with that, I renew the motion that the governor's amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1924, page 36.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Yes, Madam President, this is the bill that we debated here on the floor, and it was where employers who are licensed for this can pay people with pretty severe disabilities sub-minimum wage. If you remember the bill that we had, would have eliminated it this coming July, and that ability, they would have gradually bumped it up until 2026, when then it would come under the full minimum wage act. The governor amended it, and this is apparently what the organizations wanted. And the author of the bill, Delegate Hope, supports the governor's amendment. What the governor's amendment does is it extends it to anyone who's in this program and any employer who's been authorized prior to July 1st of this year. So if you're an employer doing this, and if you're already in this program as a person with a disability, that will last until 2030, when it's phased out totally. And like I said, the patron supports it, and apparently he was lobbied heavily by some of the organizations that are involved with this. So contrary to what I had recommended before, I would now recommend we accept the governor's amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
President, just speaking briefly to the governor's amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'm very much thankful that so many groups have worked with the administration to come up with a bill that I think is much, much better for people that have severe disabilities that want to try to work. the senior senator from Fairfax is correct. This does give those people a full 10 years of a runway where they continue to have the ability to work. I think as important to me, the bill also says that DARS is to take some of that money that was just going to groups before, and it's actually going to help people. And I think that is a critical item. There's also going to be a report in 2024 that many of you will see to see that these individuals are actually moving and transitioning to work. And if not, I would urge you guys to take action at that time. I would hope that we would support the governor's amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1929 on page 37.
Chair again recognizes Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment in the nature of a substitute and speak into that amendment.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what this does, it relates to educational opportunities for children of certain foreign service employees and civilian employees of the armed services of the United States, and the governor's amendment just clarifies the language.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1943. On page 37.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam Chair.
Substitute senator. Chair recognizes Senator Peake.
If I'll take it from the senator from
I
Charlottesville.
will yield to Senator Peake. This is his bill.
It's identical changes that we've already approved. I'd ask that we accept the governor's amendments.
What bill is that, sir? That's identical?
My Senate bill 989. This is the one where the Commonwealth's attorney notifies victims of crimes about plea agreements.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1948 on page 37.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the senator from northern Chesapeake.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam President. Move the government agreement in this substitute. All right.
Yes, sir. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment does two things. The amendment changed the birth date to birth year because of the level of detail that is not on the screen available to the officer when it's done. This posed a problem for large precincts like Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, who have to check thousands absentee ballots because of the office of the election. Second, the amendment also clarified that the only voters able to use a voter ID number in place of the last 4 digits, the Social Security number, which is required. This is because we have now at least over 300 people who still do not have a Social Security number. Once they are verified, this allows them to use a voter ID number. I move that we accept the governor's recommendation.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1987, page 38.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell. Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry. Growing a little tired. This is identical to my bill that we talked about, the 4 things that changed to allow pull tabs at some of their conventions for our American Legion, our VSOs, and our moose, elk, and the other animal kingdom lodges to be able to do those. And I would ask that we adopt the governor's amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1992 on page 39.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments. This has to do with...
The senator has the floor.
This bill relates to notices that have to be filed with the circuit court or when after a case is appealed. It seems to me that the governor's amendments are simply declaratory of the purpose of the bill and make more clear the notices that have to be filed and where they have to be filed.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2071. Page 40.
Chair again recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville. Or Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City. Or any senator.
Madam President.
Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Well, could that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2071 goes by without objection.
House Bill 2222.
2169.
Sorry, 2169.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the governor's recommendations be rejected, I move the governor's recommendation and speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, this is the House version of...
The senator will suspend. The Senate will come to order.
Thank you.
Senator may continue.
Members of the body, this is the House companion to what we discussed earlier, Senate Bill 1361 on page 15. We had somewhat of a robust discussion. You recall I told you that the whole idea behind this bill was to have transparency. The only thing that I want to add to that is the following, and maybe we can do a little bit better than 2218. And that was this. The idea was transparency, and when this bill passed the Senate and we came back after conference, one of my colleagues on this side came back to me and said, you know, Joe, this will open this up to a review of the former chairwoman of the parole board's doings and machinations. So maybe it should just be prospective in nature. And I said, my job is not to protect the former chairwoman of the board, but to have transparency. So that's what I want to get back to. And that's why I'm asking you to reject the governor's recommendation so we can get back to a bill that will produce transparency in the parole board's deliberations. No more actions in the dark of night. The members of the parole board will announce why they have make certain decisions, and I think it will be a better system. So with that summary, again, I'd ask that you reject the governor's recommendations. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain. No? The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to, with the recommendation that it be rejected? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The recommendations are not agreed to.
House Bill 2222 on page 42.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas. Senator Barker.
Madam President, I yield to the senior senator from Henrico.
Chair then recognizes the senior senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that we entertained in Education and Health this past year. It came from the House over to our side. And at that point in time, we recognized that, I think inadvertently, that there had been a single agency that had been given the authority to develop credentialing criteria for surgical assistants. And this came to my attention because I have a nurse that's been doing this for 20 years in my hospital that can no longer practice because she does not have this specific credential without going back and getting an associate's degree, mind you. We are in a healthcare workforce crisis. And so we worked and proposed some amendments as things moved along. The governor has clarified those amendments and opened this up to a nationally recognized apprenticeship program that can be done, as well as to hospital-based educational programs. Now, this particular licensing or credentialing agency has a particular certificate, a CST, that they will only surgical assistants that have that qualification and that degree will have that label, but it does not exclude every other capable person from being in the operating room and being a surgical assistant. I ask the members of the body to please approve the governor's recommendations.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
The patron came to the door.
Senators, there's a lot of talk and we cannot hear the senators speak. Please.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the patron of this bill came to the door about 30 minutes ago and said that he is opposed to the governor's recommendation. And when I passed it over to Senator Barker, I thought that he was going to handle that. So he does not want to agree to the governor's amendments to his bill. And so I would hope that the body would vote no.
Chair again recognizes Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry for imposing to speak a second time. We all understand deeply how motivating it is to be engaged with a group of advocates that you really believe in and you're working for. But, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a firsthand experience with inadequate staff in the operating rooms in Virginia. We need every able-bodied, capable surgical assistant on hand. And we do not need to be picking winners and losers in the code based on who's allowed to license. You know what happens for every other medical licensing, accreditation in Virginia is we let the boards choose what the adequate training programs are, who is able to credential. So that's why you have multiple programs where you can get an RN. You have multiple programs. They just have to meet certain requirements, but we are not the subject matter experts. The boards are. We need to let them see all and any training programs that provide adequate surgical training for these individuals. This also extends the grandfather, so my nurse will be able to get back in the operating room. And I understand the political issues here. I'm asking you to do what I really believe is the right thing, and I can tell you I need this staff in the operating room. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Petersburg. The senator has the floor. Your microphone, Senator.
Here we go. I'm brand new.
There you are, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, speaking to the measure.
The senator may continue.
The senior senator from Henrico has laid out a compelling case why we should adopt the governor's amendments. I need somebody from this side of the aisle to explain, other than the patron says no, why we should reject the governor's amendments. And at this point, Madam President, I'd like to defer to somebody on this side to give a cogent, compelling reason why we should reject it, other than the patron says no.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker.
Yes, I'll give you what is an argument against just saying no on this. What happened was that about a decade ago we had established a process to move towards certification and then eventually licensure for surgical assistants, surgical technologists. What we have now, right now, is a system, and actually at the time there were 3 bodies that provided the certification, 2 of which were legitimate, and 1 of which was a fly-by-night operation in the Caribbean somewhere, I forget. And so this is not an academic issue. This is actually something that can have impact there. So what is proposed here is that there is one body that is identified as would be the one to provide the recommendations related to the licensure of the surgical assistants, and there would not be resolution as it relates to what the surgical technologist would be doing. So there are clearly some issues that are there that have not been adequately addressed. So
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yield for one question.
Will Senator Barker yield? Senator yield. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Will the health and safety and well-being of any patient be compromised in any way by accepting these amendments, given the senior senator from Henrico County's suggestion that there is some shortage of personnel as well?
Yeah,
Senator Barker has the floor.
Sure, and there are some shortages of personnel. That's been part of what we've been dealing with, both in the operating room and elsewhere within hospitals and anesthesiology. A number of those types of issues there. And I'm not aware that there are any. Would they be that if we accepted the amendments, that it would not impact the safety of the patients?
I thank the senator.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the senator from Chesapeake, Northern.
Madam President, would the gentlelady from Henrico arise one more time to explain one more time? I'm trying to understand what you were saying. I'm trying to get out of it. I want you to explain to me one more time why this is needed, please.
The senior senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
I will yield, Madam President, and thank you for the opportunity. There are multiple ways to become a highly qualified surgical assistant in the operating room. We have registered nurses. We have people who pass us instruments. We have people that do other functions in the operating room. And what happened inadvertently in the code, and I certainly didn't pick up on it 2 years ago when the original piece of legislation went through, is that we selected in code that there was only one pathway in order to be able to be allowed to be a surgical assistant in Virginia. One single credentialing agency, excluding all the others. And that didn't become a crisis for us because there was a grandfather clause that was put in for everybody else that existed until December 31st of 22. And what happened when that came down is that all those people who had not grandfathered in and who had not done this one pathway, people who had been doing this job for 20 years, were told they could not come back to work when we already had a shortage in the operating rooms. And it highlighted that we had made this error in the code, and that's what we tried to work out during the course of conference. And what the governor has sent back down now in the amendments is that we are not going to exclusively enable only one agency to be the single throughput to certification as a surgical assistant, that we will use all of the qualified programming. We will let the board, that this is regulated, I believe, by the Board of Medicine. We'll let the Board of Medicine make sure each of those credentialing agencies is going to turn out a safe, qualified, capable surgical tech. But we're going to make sure we have every opportunity to have qualified staff in the OR. And we're not going to needlessly exclude anybody because they haven't done an associate's program for the single pathway. So there'll be additional grandfathering. There will be, again, an apprenticeship program that's nationally recognized that doesn't even involve an associate's degree. There'll be lots of different pathways to this, but if we don't amend this bill now for it to go into place in July 1, we are going to limit who we're going to have turning out in the workforce, and the people that were excluded last December will continue to be excluded. And that's why I hope we will accept the governor's amendments.
Madam President, would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the senior senator from Enrico yield?
Yes, Madam President.
Senator yields. Senator Deeds has the floor.
Madam President, I would ask the lady if do not the governor's amendments dramatically change the purpose of this bill. It was simply a bill to provide a grace period for licensure, and now with this educational component, was not part of the original bill. In fact, an educational component bill was defeated on the other end of this hall. Is that correct?
Senator Donovan has the floor.
President, I believe that we made amendments to that bill as it went forward that did not go as far as the governor's bill, but in conference, indeed, we did make amendments to try, including extending, trying to extend, it went back and forth several times. I was not on that conference committee, but there were amendments that were made during that time to ensure that happened. Needless to say, this is a crisis.
But, Madam President, I would ask if the gentlelady would yield for an additional question.
Will the senator yield for additional question?
I will, Madam President.
Senator Donovan yields. Senator Deeds has the floor.
Despite that, Madam President, I would ask the lady, is this bill not a completely different bill than the one that left the Senate?
Senator Donovan has the floor.
In my opinion, no. But I will be happy to look at that. So, but no, I think it is not.
Madam President, I would ask if the senior senator from Enrico would yield for a question.
Will the senior senator from Enrico yield for a question?
Yes, Madam President.
Senator yields. Senator Locke has the floor.
I would ask a follow-up question to the one asked by the senator from Charlottesville, and that is, was this not addressed during the regular session and rejected?
Senator Donovan has the floor.
Madam President, in my opinion, it was not adequately addressed in the general session, no.
Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
I would state that what we need to pick up on was the comment adequately. It was addressed, and it was rejected. And it is there was an attempt here to place that on a bill that was not addressing this issue at all. And it is completely changing this patron's bill to address an issue that the patron does not wish to have addressed in the bill. So I think we're doing the patron a disservice by changing his bill to address an issue that he does not wish to have addressed. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I know there's considerable debate around these particular amendments, but I have heard, and I believe your offices may have heard also, some serious concerns and requests that we reject the governor's amendments. For me, the most serious concern that has been raised is that our governor has changed the legislation to open up surgical technology in Virginia to apprentices, to unaccredited education services and certifications that are not recognized by the profession, and that this presents some serious concerns around patient safety. And even though there are efforts, certainly we all need to engage in the efforts to increase the workforce. Nobody disputes that point. But the main concern is that any operating room has to be staffed by individuals who are officially and fully educated and accredited from accredited training programs, and that this is the top serious concern that we need to certainly focus on. And so for those reasons, I am asking that we reject these amendments. Thank you, Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Portsmouth rise?
Madam President, I move that the bill pass by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. I do object.
This will be a recorded vote.
Madam President, if I
Chair
may,
recognizes Senator Donovan.
I want to, if I may impose upon the body, this was addressed during session, and this body passed out a version of this bill that included expanding training for these technologists. Our Senate version of that bill that we agreed on both in committee and on the floor of this Senate was manipulated for the same reasons it is now being manipulated, because there's a special interest group that is interested in retaining a monopoly. And so we have entertained this subject and we did agree to it, number one. Number two, the boards that certify the credentialing agencies are perfectly capable of making sure that they are trained to be safe, and indeed they do. And so this is this dubious threat about apprenticeships is not anything that we need to worry about, because that's what the boards do, is making sure people are accountable for safety and adequate training in Virginia before they're given a license. I hope you will support the governor's amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Madam President.
The senator may state it.
Thank you, Madam President. If the bill is passed by for the day, does that mean, A, we do not consider the amendments and the bill goes back to the governor for a up or down vote?
The senator is correct.
One final question in parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may continue.
At that point, if the governor does not sign the bill, up or down, is it dead? He doesn't return a signature.
He has to pass 30 days.
Right. And then it becomes law. He has 30 days, and then it becomes law.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Without the recommendations.
Madam President, just for clarification, so that everybody would know how to vote, this was to pass by, so that would be a yes vote if you agree.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the senator from Bedford.
Madam President, speaking briefly to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this Senate has had a courtesy that is a buy for the day, and I have fought, and most people in here in the leadership have fought for that right. I will tell you that privilege has never extended to the last day. That the last day, if we did that, then every bill would just die on buy for the day. And so I'm almost done here, right? But I didn't want this vote, when it's buy for the day that kills the bill, to ever get intertwined with the courtesy that we've given each other that's not available down the hall which is we treat each other with respect and allow things to go by for the day. I do believe this is different. This is killing the bill or killing the amendments, which there's 5 ways to do today. But I just didn't want this to go by and then all of a sudden people say we're not going to have the respect that we've had in the Senate in the past. So that's my only.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The bill does not go, the recommendations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the recommendations go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 23.
Aye 17, noes 23. The recommendations go by for the day. I'm sorry, do not go by for the day. Did not read that properly. So the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2294 on page 43.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Madam President, I move that the governor's proposed substitute be agreed to. Speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This bill, if we adopt the governor's proposed substitute, will be identical to the bill we previously debated concerning industrial hemp regulation.
That's it, Senator? The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2343, page 40. I'm sorry, House Bill 2325.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move the governor's recommendations on House Bill 2325 be adopted. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the body, this is identical to the foreign adversary bill that I carried, Senate Bill 1438. And these are exact same amendments which clarify and clear up any title issues, liens, and we changed the date to July 1st, 2023. I hope that you all will support the amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2332 on page 44.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's amendment be agreed to. This is identical to a
The
bill.
senator has the floor.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. This bill is identical to a bill that I carried that we considered an hour or two ago that basically deals with reducing the size of lots or sites that can be considered for economic development grants from the state from 100 acres to 50 acres. The two localities that requested this legislation are concerned that this amendment reduces their flexibility, and so that's the reason for my recommendation, that we reject the amendment.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17 noes, 23.
Aye 17, noes 23. The recommendations are rejected.
House Bill 2343, no, 2338.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations be adopted. And speaking to the motion,
the senator may continue.
This is identical to the bill from Senator McClellan, Senate Bill 1326. Again, I don't care for the amendments, but I'm happy to move on behalf of the patron's request, and the request is to adopt the governor's amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2343, page 45.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards. The senator from Roanoke City.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the governor's recommendations to the bill. The bill just, as I wrote, is okay, and I can't all the reasons why, other than it's not, it's declaratory.
Madam President,
I believe that. I believe it. And yeah, go ahead.
The senator yields.
I yield to the senator from Lynchburg.
The senator from Bedford has the floor.
Madam President, I think the gentleman from Roanoke was right that the amendment doesn't do much. It just clarifies that the liability is limited for patient's spouse who precedes a non-patient spouse. So it is very declaratory, but that's what the bill does.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2368, page 45.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
And speaking to that motion, the underlying bill required that medical cannabis products contain on the label everything that we specify in statute. The governor's recommendation expands that to include any requirement that the Board of Pharmacy may issue that should be on the label. That's the governor's recommendation. Again, I ask that it be agreed to.
The question is, Shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2393, page 46.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. With a recommendation that we reject, I move that we accept the governor's amendment to House Bill 2393, and I'm going to phone a friend and defer to the gentleman from Accomack.
Chair recognizes the senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill in its original formation was a good bill, and it directed or it told the Secretary of Natural Resources and all relevant agencies that they could seek input and consultation from the Commonwealth's Research University Collaborative, including the Virginia Coastal Policy Center, Virginia Sea Grant, Virginia Cooperative Extension, and the Institute for Coastal Adaptation and Resilience at Old Dominion University. What the governor's amendments do, in the wake of the decision that the Coastal Policy Center will no longer, at University of William and Mary School of Law, will no longer exist, what the governor's amendments do, it removes that entity and also removes the Coastal Policy Center at ODU from the list, and then replaces them with Sea Grant, and directs that Sea Grant take the lead in the purpose here of the bill, which is providing providing all relevant agencies information and advice on resiliency issues. So the problem with Sea Grant is Sea Grant has no legal or policy or engineering staff with which to complete the task with which it is hereby assigned in taking the lead in these efforts. And the removals would leave the University Collaborative unable to fulfill its role. And also I would point out this whole thing is premature because this is currently a topic of the governor's own workforce on resiliency. This was actually an item on their agenda at their last meeting to take this issue and how the University Collaborative is to be constructed and to chew on that over the next several months before we get back here, or you all get back here, in January. And so I think a more appropriate time to take this topic up would be in January after the work group has completed its work and has also given us some information on that. So I would again renew my recommendation that the amendments be rejected.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I disagree a little bit with my friend across the hall, but it is a good bill. It was a good bill. It's a good idea, because we get more information than just from VIMS, and VIMS is a great institution, but we were trying to get more information, and as the gentleman said, I don't know why, but William and Mary shut down the Coastal Policy Center for some reason. So the idea was to bring in Sea Grant, which is 60, 70 years old, established by Congress. It's full of scientists and public outreach experts and all kinds of experts in this region. I assumed that they were willing to participate in this, or they wouldn't have suggested that they be a part of that. And so I'm somewhat at a loss in that, because I think Sea Grant is willing to assist, and it just seems to me that we're a lot better off the more information we can get from experts to deal with these resiliency issues and coastal policy issues that we've got to deal with, and certainly in the Northern Neck, Middle Peninsula, and right on down through the Eastern Shore and elsewhere. So I support the governor's amendments, and I think that they will help us move forward with this. And if it doesn't work, we can always amend it later. But you know, we are dealing with some pretty significant issues on the shorelines in Virginia, and some of us would like to get after it as soon as possible. So I hope we can get some support for the amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, speaking of the governor's recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the gentleman from King George is exactly right. The more people we have at the table, the better here. And Sea Grant is designed to be at the table what is going to be the organization that takes the place of the Virginia Coastal Policy Law Clinic. William and Mary's Law School somewhat prematurely shut that program down. Excuse me, sir. But it's always been designed, and we were going to transfer it to another group that will utilize the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. It'll utilize the legal capacity across all multi-jurisdictions. And Sea Grant is on the steering committee that is going to set up this new institution. And so Sea Grant is not being excluded by any means. He's right, it is a federal collaboration among multiple universities. So this move is just a bit premature, just as the move to shut down the Coastal Policy Law Clinic at the law school was premature. Had we waited the month or so to announce the new collaborative, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So Sea Grant, this is nothing against Sea Grant. They do great work, and they are to be included because the gentleman couldn't be more accurate. And with these issues, we need every member at the table. It's just the mechanism that the governor's recommendation is using is not going to be useful. What's going to be useful is let this new collaborative be established, set up in the new fiscal year, of which Sea Grant's going to be a part, and then we can talk about the structure on a go forward. But now is not the time for this maneuver, but by no means no knock against Sea Grant, by no means excluding Sea Grant, just the opportunity to have the new entity, the follow-up to the Coastal Policy Law Clinic, put in place and moving and active, and then, as the gentleman from Accomack suggested, we can come back and adjust accordingly in January. So, again, I hope that we would reject the governor's recommendations. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the governor's recommendations on House Bill 2393 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 21.
Aye 17, noes 21. The recommendations are rejected.
Bill 2071 on page 40.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I apologize. Before, we'd not heard anything from the patron of this bill. And with some doubt, I will follow his recommendation and move that we accept the governor's recommendations. I'd like to speak to that bill.
The senator may continue.
The bill had two purposes. One, to allow the clerk or the court to waive the bond for a marriage officiant, and two, to transfer the power of appointing from the court to the clerk. The governor has reversed the second purpose and restored the power back to the court, but has kept the bond waiver possibility still open, and a little bit's better than nothing, so I hope you'll accept the recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to. Chair recognizes, again, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I'd inquire the clerk, does that complete the calendar? Awesome.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
We need to check the back. Are we good?
They went back to.
The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
You do not have any, Madam President. She said announcements.
I don't. We do not have any, Madam President. We can make some up.
Chair then recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I thank you. And, Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn. Sine die. And in so doing, Madam President, we'd like to do so in honor of the senators who are retiring and in this order. Senator John Bell, Senator John Cosgrove, Senator John Edwards, Senator Emmett Hanger, Senator Janet Howell, Senator Lewis, Senator Steve D. Newman, Senator Tommy Norman, Senator Richard Saslaw, and Senator Jill Vogel. Madam President, in honor of our senators, I do now move that the Senate adjourn. Sine die.
As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn sine die in honor of Senators the Honorable Bell, the Honorable Senator Cosgrove, the Honorable Senator Edwards, the Honorable Senator Hanger, the Honorable Senator Howell, the Honorable Senator Lewis, the Honorable Senator Newman, the Honorable Senator Normand, the Honorable Senator Saslaw, who is at his usual place, and the Honorable Senator Vogel, that we adjourn, sine die. We'll say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate is adjourned. Sine die.